Alright, welcome everyone. Today is the big day everyone was anticipating for the last 2 weeks. Right? That's what I heard. So, till the people are here, there's still a collectible, guys. Yesterday I got drained all of my power. Yeah. So we need to deliver 1.8 million damage. Correct? Is that correct? Alright. Oh. And you can see the sun in the background. Hey Yumi, welcome. How you doing, Yumi? How's your day? Alright. That was a cringe 3 ping. Hey, an illusion is also here. Welcome, welcome, and Jean. Damage! Give me damage! Fuck! We need more damage. Still not done with this mode? I stopped yesterday on stream. I mean... God damn it! What the hell is this stage? Oh, a shot on ping. Yeah. Gotcha. I think my girlfriend is cheating on me. Oh, Yumi. Let's hope not. It's the thing with long distance relationships, huh? Stop. God, do something, you. No. No. That was even worse. Gained weight after Christmas? Yeah, I think that's a common thing that happens. But I didn't even eat that much candy and stuff. Cookies. It's your responsibility. But I guess if a lot of family is around, if they live close to you or you just meet up as a tradition, there's just a lot of food. Can't get around the food. So, okay. You prick. Interesting, the restart button disappears later on. Oh God. Damage! Should we use 2 tanks? We don't have a debuff, shit. God damn it. We need to stop using Isla. Okay, yes, I won't use Isla. Oh god, I cancelled my yellow. Am I dumb? We need that yellow damage. God. Stop resisting, Roland. Is this a good thing? No, it's super whack. Ugh. Should we just kick Isla out, Illusioner? Tell me. Give me fucking rat. Never ever let it stop. Ah. Mistakes. Ow. And boom. Shit, that wasn't enough. God damn it. God. Catherine? Let me check if she has Catherine. Yes. I think we can get this. So we go. I think that's good. No. So I need to go to 200 combo with Lee and then trigger signature move. That's actually good to constantly trigger it. What? Bro, what? Yo, Rakesh. Welcome to stream. How are you doing, man? We are currently continuing where we stopped yesterday. And then we do story. Well, no wonder we didn't have the damage if we never got the last buff. Does she need crit rate? I think I'd rather go for this. Her signature move, I don't know if I think we should skip. How good Lashia Crimson Abyss is? Oh, Alpha. She's alright. She got more edge than... Never mind, what? No, she's fine. I think we take it. What? I think she's working. Is it good? Okay. If we can't do it now... No, I don't. I'm not an alpha main, so... I know what I know about her, but she's a rat. Ah, no illusion that won't be necessary. As we just saw, my builds were on half the damage. This should be completely different now. This. This will be a retry. Okay. Wow, actually the lowest damage we had so far. Yo, Yulna, welcome. And Makoto also, welcome to you, of course. How's everyone doing? And why do we have 2 Makotos on Discord? People. Do something. Okay, now we got it. We are at half the damage if we keep the momentum. In half the time, I mean. God! Give me a fucking... Oh no! We lost all the momentum. Or can we still do it in 6 seconds? Ooh, that's some nice 3 pings. No. Satch. Alpha is Crimson Abyss. Lucia Crimson Abyss. The one in the one in question. No, no, I didn't dodge it. Oh, she discharged it. Okay, damage. We can do it. It's right there. Just need a yellow ping. Then the ultimate damage is coming in. Here it comes. Yes! Yes! No! Do it! Ah! What? Did Alpha work for Grey Ravens before? What's the story of Alpha, by the way? How did she got to the evil side? And never played her interlude. I mean, do we even know? Since the game kind of starts off in the middle of the action with Lucia on the ground, the pain receptor thing, and then immediately there's Alpha. Okay. Chill game, chill. We could go for Kamui Burst instead of Isla. Kamui hits like a monster. Yeah, no idea about Alpha. Maybe her soul split apart from Plume's. Like it's half of her soul. What the damage! Incredible! Do it! Okay, Libor is coming in. Shit, we did get it on the signature move. Come on, this is it. $10 more, come on, 4K more. Ah! God. Oh, the story is definitely worth reading if you take the time. But you can always catch up on it later on if you want. But you need to invest the time to read. Give me Matrix! God damn it, I screwed it up! Wasn't worth it. Nah. Not the luckiest run. We just now arrived at the half of the points. That's no well. No go. Yeah, do something. Yes. Move. Make a move, you clown. Oh, pretty dope damage. Yeah, it could be it if we get more momentum than we had just now. Turn it up. Lee, turn it up. I know it was a mistake. It was a mistake. I feel ashamed. Oh god. Nah, that's not the run. Stupido. Story of my life, Gene. Hitting that restart button. Oh! Oh, you suck! Was an okay start till that happens. Do something! I dodged too early! You have a new player in chat? Yeah, I know. He told us yesterday. But did the installation already work? I wonder. Since there was an issue. I should have charged up to 200 before I did that, but it's okay. We swap back to Lee. Eventually, he can do it. God, I triggered it too early. God. Yes, Rakesh, about you. Although I'm actually not sure what the others are talking about. It's not like I have the brain capacity right now available. I hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful Friday, guys. As you can see, I'm having it's the moment of my life, time of my life, with Roland. God, that waste of time. Won't be it. Could swap to her and try to get the good 3 ping, but we don't have it. 20k missing. 20k missing. Illusioner, I'm still impressed that you just blasted through this event on day 1. Change your lease buff? Does my lease suck? Everything screams more damage, but we don't get this very often. That's the only problem. Check this card. Checking. So that's not anymore signature move focused. I think that's a good move. Thanks for the tip. I think we improved. Where's the Dragon Ball Z talk coming from? I abuse him the best I can. Oh, we destroy! That was dumb. Okay, do it and bring it home. Yes! 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 Ah! 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 Thanks, Illusioner. I was too much focused on the signature move, apparently. Okay. Now the next DPS check can come. 1.9 million. Alright. I was talking too soon. And then we do story. I'm ready to read like for hours. What is happening? Oh, it's such a weird dying animation. I never saw him die that many times in a row. Oh, shit. I screwed up. Now we lost. Look at him. What a hero. Oh, he's spamming those core passives. That was dumb. But we are already past half of the score. Bring it home! Or not? What do you mean? Should we stay more on Lee, huh? Spam that thing, Lee. Oh god. Oh god. Too many mistakes, too many mistakes. One Punch Man. I still need to watch the second season, I think. But it's not as good as the first one, as I heard. Yo, Farhan! Hey, welcome. Ooh, brutal misping. 3 ping in Matrix. The crowd is cringing away. Is there also a word like foreign cringe? Or like if it's not your cringe that's cringy, it's the someone else's cringe, but it's so heavy that you get cringe, kind of. Like you feel the cringe so hard because someone else is so cringy. We have a term for that in German, but in English, I don't know, is it foreign cringe? Okay. Focus not enough on the game. And I think if Lee goes ham, he can do this all by himself. Right? You don't even need to swap off Illusioner. Like, what is the term if it's someone else and not you? Can't think of it right now. All I'm thinking about is Lee. Whoa! He dodged it like a pro. Do something! Okay, we are at half of the damage in half the time. I think it was a mistake, maybe. No! Give me a Matrix! No! 10k to not enough. You know what? Karenina is also trash. She gets... Yeah, why not? Although, is it a waste? I think it's even a waste. She doesn't have physical damage during charged core mode. Does she? Nah, we ignore the signature moves. We go heat mode. We go full on heat mode. Bam. Super optimized. Nothing can go wrong. What? Who did I call waifu trash? Are you out of your mind? Do something. Ah, this is not the run. We need more Lee. KI? You mean the event? KI Gal Archives? Lee goes ham. That was a Matrix. That was also a Matrix. Yeah, get spammed. Oh. Keep the momentum. No. Karen. Someone said if we clear until now, I can't. I can't read it. I can't. It's too long. Come on, bring it home. Lee! Lee! No, I cringe 3 ping. Yeah, lost because of a cringe 3 ping. Genshin Impact. No gene, that's new. Is this it? No. Yes. An interesting chat we have today. So someone said if we clear until Naraka event we get one of NieR Automata characters. No? No, this time around you don't get any characters. Do you? You don't even get 9S. So either you wail on the NieR team or you should just ignore them. In the first time they were available there was like free A2 and 9S. Yo, Mr. Deeds. Welcome, welcome. Of course. I didn't read the mission. Poor people don't get shit. Well, if you're not there since day one, you miss out on a lot of stuff in those gacha games. It's just what it is. What the hell? What? What should I do here? Why does it have to be Waksu? Oh! Oh, come on! I'm just at half of the damage. It's actually 2 million or what? Oh god. Oh. Lee, you got this. Oh god, Lee. Oh, we're not even at half the damage. Wait, did we get a new level on our characters? I didn't check. No. Farhan, you guys pull Raiden? Already got Raiden. Yo, Tron! Welcome. It is so painful. We should have picked the freaking yellow orb. Why did I choose the freaking red? Oh. Lee getting bitch slapped. Should the poster setup used for this stage? You changed the build? But it's already meant for high damage. The build will be the same. Why would anything change? Just need to try hard a bit more. Yeah, do it. Maybe if I get a super high damage output now, maybe I can still do it, but I guess that won't work. That was a lot of damage. But we are missing 500,000. Hey, Sora Tempest. Thanks for subscribing. Nice that Streamlabs shouts that out in chat for once. Who's the best construct? What a question. Plume! Plume! I think that costly changes. If you are after the strongest, I don't know. Who hits the hardest? Bianca? Currently Bianca? Bianca Abestigma? Okay guys, I think we leave it at that. Wait, let me check. Just in case. No, that's the old one. Abuse single yellows. Single yellows? Completely forgot about that. So guys, today we played through the whole story. Through the whole new story. And Genshin will be this weekend probably. Mr. Beats. Give me yellow. This time around I won't wait for a 3 ping in yellow. Oh, there's a yellow. Now give me more. Give me more. Fuck. I think I'm not allowed to switch. And that was a brutal misping. Which live? There are 4 lives in there. Oh wait. Live is the best construct. Yeah, they are only saying this because of the meme. The meme live. This, and then this, and then get hit 2 times, and then click this. That's the combo. Got it. Lee! So first you get this in the face, then you get this. Then a cup of this with a little spoon of... I hate you. I hate you so much. No, he died. No! What the? Oh god. Should have dashed. Are you fucking serious? Dude, I can't even get half of the damage. You're staying on Lee too long? I thought I need to abuse him till the very end. Oh, Vera Garnet is an absolute house. Zora Tempest, you got already one of the best characters right there. Okay. So we don't abuse Lee that much. Focus on Karen. Two words. Lee. Okay, we take it. We take it. Did we trigger Darwin or some stuff? Oh! I can't even reach half of the damage. I need like 40 seconds to reach half of the damage they want. I'm stupid. It's official. Wait for another day. I think daily you get 60. And I think this counts to the level, right? Towards the XP. Does it? But that's more than one day. The units available. We could go live and really focus only everything on Lee. I want Kuro collab Final Fantasy characters. Yeah, for now we get this Black Rock shooter thing. And the builds? Oh jeez. Yeah, you know what? Let's read through this. Maybe she bossed so hard. This only debuffs for herself, right? Because Karen won't benefit because it only does the corresponding element. What's the Lee build? I think we already worked on the Lee build, so it can't get more optimized. It bypasses the signature move, but you can spam orbs and core passes. This is so pain. Rakesh, got Luna from gacha? Say what? What the hell? Is that the luckiest new player I've ever met? No, really, Luna is one of the stronger characters that are currently in the meta. She's the meta dark team. 27 polls on what? On the beginner banner? Where did you get Luna from? What happens now with the beginner banner? Do you still go to the end? Damn, Rakesh. Monster account. Yeah, like she doesn't have anything that really benefits Lee. She charges maybe the signature move faster, but or gives a matrix, but it doesn't stop time. She gains 2 balls when the signature move gets unleashed. Sophia gets balls. Bonus area damage to enemies upon picking up an energy ball. Because the current signature move damage. Oh god. This is trash. Dark team is good for first bot. Check a DM. You actually used live? Maxu must die. Yeah, okay, I take this right away. We try, and then we just go into the story. So reset. We take the overflow energy. Excess healing received is converted into direct damage. That's decent. I didn't think of that. Then we got attacking target will reduce resistance to all elements, but we are physically. Does it also count? I don't know. No, it's Gloria. It doesn't debuff physically. When you switch what? When switched into battle. Ah, okay. After 3 pink, the summon 1 lantern, it falls the... Oh, yeah, okay. Attack speed on Lee. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. Won't make a difference. Yeah, okay, and then we just mainly stay on Lee. Do we even swap off? Should I watch the video real quick? Might have made 2 more levels since it lasts 12 days. Nah. It is possible. So, okay. Damn, Lee. You actually deserve to be in the middle of those ladies. Oh, Sora. Happy grinding. Catch you on the next one. Or later. Okay. Come on. There she goes. There he comes. There she buffs. There he shreds. No, I need rad. Game, I need rad. God, cancelled my rad. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's never ending, the damage. We are at 2,200,000. 2,200,000. Holy shit, Illusioner. Liv buffed it up. Brutally high. Okay, 2.1. It never ends. But this team should carry. Illusioner, you built a decent team there. I gotta give you that. Respect. Put Isla on blue. Actually, this team just eats whatever comes their way up. Oh. If Chu is not too annoying. Although this is a bad run. This is quite the bad run. Since we can spam blue, we get so many lift triggers. You're basically constantly standing in the buff field. Still I fucked up. Okay. Try again. We are on the right track. And if it doesn't work now, I will probably take your advice. I learn blue. Oh, of course. Of course Ayla has the Da Vinci. Of course we want to spam Ayla instead of Liv. Makes sense. Hey, skill driver, welcome. Okay, okay, it makes total sense. Am I supposed to swap into Liv first and use yellow? Yes, skill driver, what up? Yeah, as always, having the time of my life. I hope you're doing well too. Today's big story day. We will bang through the whole new chapter. God. Now we should already be at 1 million, but we aren't, so we do this again. Oh, we just did the chapter. Wow. Well, so you read through everything, or what? That's nice. No! Wait, if we first swap into Lift, do we directly get a signature move? Because of the brutal recharge. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's go. This is the way. Okay, now she gets destroyed. Oops. I screwed it up. We still lack a bit damage, huh? I think we missed half of it. She doesn't attack back? Of course she attacks. Freaking annoying, actually. I mean, if you kill her constantly, she can't attack. It's true. But, come on. As if. Oh. He slapped me. Where are we at? What? Do I start with live or what? I start with live, spam this. Go into Lee. And destroy. Ah, this could be it. In a world where I don't fuck up. I swap. You can't dish out more damage than I do right now. Come on! Do you mean? Stop. I can chew. No, come on, breathe. No, I screwed up. This is the newest boss from CN. Weaponizing a dangerous umbrella. God, it looks so shitty with YouTube always compressing those videos. It's a blurry mess. Oh, behave, guys, behave. Can you even hear anything? The Streamlabs is bugged out. Does it show me the amplitude of the sound? Oh, it's freaking same. Uh-oh. She became hysterical. Whoa. What a blurry soup. It's way too fast for YouTube. It's unbelievable. Like PGR players or interested people, interested gamers need to know this is not how the game looks like. This is a blurry mess because it's YouTube, but in reality this is super sharp. High res. What were those cards? Oh, she trapped us. God, Apple first looks so crazy. No, she built this house of cards and trapped the character. So can't really evade the attacks or run away from them. Dude, what a nutty boss. Actually, I'm already scared of those twins we are about to face. Stay big story stream. So yeah, now I really don't know how loud the audio is. I hope it's not too loud. But don't forget, guys, this is the fancy story boss, right? It's not like everywhere are those animations that we see right now. This is only in the story, right? Like the scene doesn't exist with other characters in Alpha. Yes, sick. I thought we just look at this together. Have a look at this together. I guess, guys, this is such a pain. We rather do story. I try one more goddamn time. Directly go into lead this time. No, actually, we need the signature move, I think. So we go live, we go signature move, we go Lee, and we go crazy. Oh, did he just miss? Should have done two single yellows, but I didn't. Chu, you suck! I swapped. Da Vinci cooldown wasn't off. Try Honkai once. You know the story of me and Honkai. You already know everything, right? Or don't you? God, my Stupid brain. I wanted to get Aponia, but since I didn't get it, I stopped. Game scammed me. I quit. Wasn't worth it. Lee's range is trash. But it's just the way it is. Lee, you are trash. Now we do lift first. I think lift first is the way to go. Did you actually swap? I can't believe it. I tried so hard and then Liv just thinks, hey, it's me! Bad idea. Still took better than your mom. What? What? Stop! No. Live first. Yeah, I can't talk with you guys about this. No insight whatsoever about Honkai. I skipped through all the story back then. God. Uh-oh. Give me yellow or anything. Yes. We don't have the damage. Where are my orbs? Is the game too loud, guys? I don't see it. I don't know why everything is freaking bugged nowadays. I just heard recently that AMD graphics cards don't even work in a normal Windows 11 operating system. In what times do we live in? And then people think about getting on the Mars. Get me out of this shit. Get me out of this shit. What PGR is older than Genshin Impact? Nah. Not if you count the release date. Definitely not. But I don't know how long it was in development. Wait, did actually PGR release earlier in China than Genshin? Yeah, Illusioner, I don't know what I do wrong. Maybe it's just shit RNG, maybe it's stupid crits. I don't know. So, guys, we gathered today. And we had a warm-up for the last 1.5 hours. For this? Oh, really? PGR was actually released before Genshin. Crazy world we live in. Okay, here we are. This is the moment. This is story chapter 16, right? If you wanna ask me anything, now's the time. Then I'm in the zone. Do you guys think I just should have used live more or what? I hope Rexland is not streaming right now. Guys, if Rexland is constantly streaming around my stream time, I gotta think of something else. Ava, be careful. Oh, soon global anniversary. Yeah, I can't wait. I hope we get an S-rank selector and stuff. I hope I can get my Luna. So the next arrival banner can go to, I don't know, Rosetta. Or the other way around. This chapter has one stage that is harder. Guys, I can't wait till I stream 10 hours one day. I did in the past actually, on big days like new patch days in Genshin back then. I actually streamed quite long. I'm not sure if I reached 10 hours. But we will see. Okay, let's get into it. Test. All right. Oh, I got water here. More horror story in future chapters. Well, the boss looked like it. Gave me some horror vibes. Alright. The silence of the conference hall is broken by Hassan's footsteps. He makes his way to the other end of the long desk and sits down, taking in the sight of this building with a history as old as Babylonia. The huge conference hall is only filled by a few people. Others are participating as holograms projected on their seats. The symbols of the Judicial Court, Executive Court, Control Court, and the military army makes this spacious hall appear to be even more solemn. The pillars supporting the dome of the hall are all a record of history in the form of numerous name engravings. They were the ones who helped make the world government possible. History can be tasted in the solemn air. The mark of the world government, which bears the hope of humanity, appears at the top of the room with dignity. Another world government conference is about to start. The topics for this discussion appear as blue data flow in front of the seats. From Operation Arcadia long ago to the recent battle commands against the Ascendants, they are all included in the discussion topics. The councilmen all understand that the topics that appear in the World Government Summit all bear grave importance to the Babylonia or humanity. Each topic had been a crucial point in the history of humanity, a pivotal decision that shapes the future of Babylonia, all that sways the boat that is the history of humanity. In comparison to that, topics brought up in the World Government Conference affect the world in a far lesser scale, which is why most participate in the form of a hologram. What? Gift code? No, I can't get distracted. But yeah, there's a gift code for PGR currently. Make sure to redeem it as a New Year gift. The lights on the dome flicker off one by one, enshrouding the space in darkness. It is as if a veil of ink has been deposited on the conference hall, blurring the lines of things. This dim space allows one to imagine themselves on an isolated island among the vast universe of darkness. Right after that, bits of light begin to illuminate the place like stars. The stars, data projections that appear on the screen between the pillars, color the universe. These stars are the voices of the people. Citizens of the world government uploaded their thoughts through their personal terminals, which then converge into a huge data flow on Gestalt. Gestalt is German for shape, for those who don't know. Gestalt runs at full efficiency to extract important data from this flow and summarize them into a simple display to project in the conference hall, allowing the councilman to hear the voices of the people. In German it's Gestalt. Not Gestalt. It's just Gestalt. That's so English. Hassan stands, wrapped in the light, and announces the start of the conference. First on the agenda, recently, Akdilek proposed amendments to the treaties signed in the past, demanding us to provide more helium-3. I would like to know your thoughts on this matter. Councilman A. 92% of the people think that for the stability of humanity, we should agree to allies' demand if we have enough resources to spare to our allies' demand. However, 7% think that the treaties are sacred. Agreeing to the amendments would diminish Babylonia's authority, and that if it happens once, there will be a second time. They would just demand resources from us indefinitely, and we'd lose the upper hand. But don't forget, it's thanks to Akdilek that we were able to resume our ground logistics and trades with the conservation area. Those words, dude. But I really try my best. Yeah, of course I tried to do a girly voice. But those are just unidentified shapes of councilmen. Karen have a voice as Suna Yuki. Yeah, I think I can't do specific voices. Those blood-sucking merchants are requesting to change the treaty now precisely because they know that we'll just be walking into that trap. To summarize, the control court is not in favor of agreeing Actilac's request. Is it Actilac? Actilac? I think Actilac. Actilac is an ally that can be negotiated with as long as the content is realistic. There will be another chance for discussion. A calm voice emits from behind the control court symbol, interrupting the two councilmen's squabble. The speaker is a grey-haired woman. One of the few who were actually present in the conference hall. Oh, that's an elderly woman. Time has mercilessly decorated her short hair with streaks of white and edged wrinkles on her face, but her sharp eyes remain determined. Those pair of eyes have witnessed countless storms in the history of humanity, and it is exactly all that she has endured that allowed her to stay vigilant. It may be exhausting to have to stay on edge at all times, but she still does it because she understands the duty of the control court. She understands the responsibility one has to bear as the person in charge of said court. She is the one who reins in those who stray and ensures that the conference does not endanger humanity. To sustain a friendly relationship while still being able to maintain authority, voting regarding Congresswoman Hilda's proposal begins now. Hassan presses the green button in front of him. The screen between the pillars shows a huge gauge panel. After a few seconds, Gestalt displays the result. 97.1% are in favor of Ombudswoman Hilda's proposal, 0.8% opposing votes, and 2.1% abstained. The supporting rate is higher than the minimum requirements. This proposal is passed. Good. The how is that pronounced? Judicial court will draft the new amendments and pass it on to the control court for filing. I'll sign it after the diplomatic court clears it. Not a native English speaker, guys. Chill. Chill, Gene. Moving on to the second topic of the day, Nicola's proposal to expand the army, says Hassan. That is the last of the topics for discussion today. Any questions? The conference did not go on for long. This well-oiled machine operates at maximum capacity to lead humanity, going through discussions efficiently and solving problems in the way most appealing to the public. A hologram of Congressman lights up at Hassan's question. Mr. President, this isn't a question regarding any of the topics discussed, but a personal question. About the return ceremony of Avalune from Atlantis, was it necessary for it to be so lavish? A projection of a crowd appears in the middle of the conference hall. It shows a crowd cheering with joyous expressions. One can feel the atmosphere of the event just by watching. This one ceremony exhausted resources that could have sustained a small living area in Babylonia for 3 days. I don't see how it's logical to use up all those resources just to celebrate a freaking soldier completing their mission and reuniting with their team. They fought off the Ascendant Lamia and brought the hope of Atlantis back to Babylonia. You fool. It can be said that it was a historic moment in the advancement of science. Hassan is pissed. You're faded, welcome. A lot of citizens volunteered to participate in the ceremony, which naturally leads to more resources being exhausted. Adding in all that Avalune has achieved on land, of course people would want to celebrate the return of a hero. You uncultured prick. Hassan motions towards the holographic crowd. The crowd dims, finally leaving only the grey ravens visible. But it's been a while since we've paraded a whole team of constructs in front of the public for them to worship. Wouldn't the whole team be harder to control compared to the undying Loi? Yes, we know. But people are mentally strained from the constant war. They need something to rely on spiritually. They need hope. Hope is not something we can just make. It's something that exists because people wish for it. We are merely listening to the wants of the people. Even if it's something as trivial as hope. Hope has never been something trivial, says Hilda. Have you never read mythology, Congressman Vermi? Oh, she exposed me. What does mythology have to do with this? Aren't you curious as to why heroes were written in similar ways, no matter the origins of the myths? Someone always loses their peaceful life and has to go through numerous trials before returning triumphantly. Basked in glory and praise. Under the disguise of a hero is just a normal human, but people regard them as a champion equal to the gods nonetheless. Oh, Yaku, welcome. Yeah, who the fuck is Loi? Reading fast again? Do I read too fast? I still got energy. Maybe I read too fast. Because I already know this will be very, very long. It is because heroes inspire hope in people. And when there is enough hope, you can lead the people. With hope. But if you destroy hope, you become the enemy of the people. Which is why hope is never trivial. It can be one of the most powerful weapons if used correctly. I will leave the rest of the explanation to Commander Nicola. As if on cue, Nicola looks up from the reports in his hands. I'm sure everyone has noticed the frequent interferences Kurono has been causing recently. It was necessary to expose Avalune to the public in order to end these unsavory exchanges with them. It is to protect Grey Raven as much as to serve as a warning to Kurono. The public's attention is the best surveillance. Even Kurono cannot do as they please under constant public attention. At least for now. Which is why we have prepared a special mission for the newly reunited Grey Raven. In hopes of prolonging the temporary protection. As the councilman reacts by staying silent, Hassan plasters on his usual smile. He claps to indicate the end of the conference. The holograms flicker out while the remaining councilmen filter out of the hall. Yeah, guys, I'm doing the PGR community a service here. Alright? This is my gift back to the community. Alright. Soon, only Hassan, Nicola, and Hilda are left. Kurono has eyes everywhere. There was no need to announce our objectives out loud for the whole world to see, says Nicola. Hassan. It's fine. I'm certain Kurono already knows all this. So it wouldn't have made a difference. And there's nothing they can do about it at the moment, says Hilda. Huh. Hassan. It's been a while since the three of us had a chat. Private interactions can lead to unfair judgment. As the leader of the control court, I have to refrain from private meetings with you to remain fair. But there are exceptions, of course, such as when discussing something as unique as what we are going to now. Hassan, shall we get on it with it then? Shall we get on it with it then? So what have the control court and the science council found out about the Omega file? Asked Hassan. Depending on the significance, we may have to prepare for a large-scale world government conference. The conclusion is already on your terminals. I just sent it through the encrypted channel a second ago. Of course, they never checked the encrypted channel. I also never checked the encrypted channel. So, who that? Oh, Collins. No! No, hell no! Collins throws the thick stack of files into the air before lying on the black walnut table in the study, his arms and legs stretched like a snow angel. The stuff we made with Luna's data is nothing but an empty shell. That thing won't help us evolve, not even for a bit. Oh, Rebecca. Is that so? Is that a good voice for her? No. Is that so? Is that so? All the data entries from the reports I've seen have suggested that it's better than any frame in existence. Useless! With his sluggish tone, Collins sits up from the desk, loosening his tie and looking at the person reporting to him. I've never wanted another powerful construct. What I want is to get humanity to evolve closer to the Ascendants. Don't you get it? If a construct is an improvement on a human's flesh and bones, then an Ascendant is an extraordinary leap of progress. And that possibility of evolution, the chance to free humanity from its limitations of the last few hundreds of millennia, is hidden inside that agent. It is how we give humanity more leverage on this planet. No, in this universe. It's clearly not something we can decipher for now. Perhaps. But as long as we have Luna with us, we will figure out a way to unlock this treasure trove. See? I've been meaning to ask you. Are you not avoiding saying that name anymore? That's not necessary with you. After all, we are tentative partners during this exciting journey and opening a treasure trove. What? You don't seem excited at all. Because this is not the time. Based on our eyes and ears in the Parliament, our situation is quite dire currently. We won't be able to touch the commandant for a while. That's fine. Don't you think this whole ordeal is one of the gifts of the trove as well? That feeling when you have the treasure chest in your hands, but not a single thing you do will budge it? The anxiety and thrill when you can't even find the keyhole? As if ants and insects are crawling and gnawing all over your body and being engulfed by fire. Colin cries a dramatic tear, it gliding along his wrinkles and the two hands covering his chest, leaving a wet mark on his dark-colored suit. It's a once in a lifetime experience, I'm telling you, because you will know that the wait is worth it. You will know that once you open that chest, you will gain riches that can topple the world. But we've lost the only way. But we've lost the only one who can unlock the chest, Collins. And this key is being protected by the Parliament right now. And you don't look distressed at all. Ouch. How can you say that about me? I'm one of those shepherds that care about their herd after all. One of those that carry a butcher knife, I suppose. Regardless. Charging into a herd of sheep to snatch one is just going to cause us trouble. One day our dear Avalune will find a way back into our sack. One day. Collins chews over his words, his gaze traveling past Rebecca into the distance. How about... Oh, Rebecca says. How about waiting for the day with a little class? Of course. Collins takes his time to jump off the table, taking a bow in the way he thinks elegant, before heading to a compartment to the side. A few moments later, he steps out with a new suit that looks identical to his old one. Do you only have one style of suit? Asked Rebecca. Clothes are just cages of morality that humanity locks themselves in. What? All it does is distinguish us from the monkeys in the zoos, making us look more civilized. Would you care about what your cage looks like? I can't agree with that. That's alright. I was just expressing my opinion, not looking for approval. Everyone expresses themselves with their eyes, their actions, and their posture, as long as they live. I simply choose to express myself with words. And naked. Said about Omega file from someone data. Okay. How about you? What do you think? What do I think about what? This floating treasure the Parliament is hiding. I'm still not sure what it is, but thanks to what you did, the Parliament has retrieved quite a number of things. Oh, loot! Collins closes his eyes with his figure gently tapping on his temple. What? On his temple. How dare you, Nikki? Now I'm even more eager to see what you will reap. Oh, the anticipation. I'll leave it up to you, our dear socialite, time we collect the fruit of their labor. Everything is at our disposal, nothing is off the table. I'll wait for your good news. Collins laughs as he pushes open the door and walks away, leaving Rebecca alone in the study. She takes a look at the terminal Collins has left on the desk. The monitor keeps flickering as it refreshes the different confidential journals the Science Council has submitted to the Parliament. Seriously, he's still the same after all these years. Shaking her head, Rebecca grabs the terminal from the desk and departs this opulent room. Hassan. Nicola. Hassan and Nicola have been silent like this for the last 10 minutes as they read through the content in the terminal. They read it over and over, making sure that they had not skipped even a single footnote, nor misinterpreted the meaning of any single line. Due to the clearance level required, we have monitored the entire process of researching the Omega file, says Hilda. During the process, the Science Council followed the experiment approaches. What? During the process, the Science Council followed the experiment approaches recorded in the Omega file. Combining the research data, Lustrous and the rest left behind, they were making attempts non-stop day and night. Eventually, they reproduced the phenomenon the Atlantis researchers observed. Hassan. That means the punishing virus can indeed be absorbed. Hassan can feel his voice shaking as he says it out loud. Everyone in the room understands what that represents. The punishing virus, the bane of humanity's exile from Earth, is now something that can be eliminated. This long, drawn-out war has finally seen a hopeful glimpse of victory. Humans finally have a chance to reclaim Earth, and the prices paid in the past have not been in vain. All those sacrifices can finally see redemptions. Atlantis has passed us a torch of hope, and its flame will light the fire that burns away the punishing virus on our planet. Nicola also expresses a hint of being moved. He closes his eyes, slowly remembering all the little things from the past. Exhaling a deep breath, he breaks the shock and silence in the Parliament room with his resounding voice. We know the how, and we can see the finish line. We don't have any reason to waste time here then. Exactly. The Omega file is humanity's treasure. Move the Science Council resource distribution to the highest level and prioritize all their needs, says Hassan. The moment we develop the devices that can absorb the punishing virus, humanity will have their strongest weapons to end this war. After Hassan issues his command, Nicola's expression returns to his usual coldness. Mr. President, don't forget that making a move this big will draw the bloodthirsty sharks lurking underneath, says Hilda. Kurono wants our research, but we also want their data, says Nicola. As long as we put on the proper defenses and take the right steps, we can use this opportunity to figure out what Kurono has discovered behind our backs. So for our upcoming operation, we just have to play along, says Hilda, and ends the conversation. No, that's not it. Hassan says, that's about it. The details have been sent to our to your terminal. I'm sorry to get you involved in our conflict with the extra requests. Asimov. That's fine. I just have to make some adjustments to the encryption protocol and you will have what you need. The coordinates of the Omega file will now change every millisecond and the data recorded inside is encrypted every minute. With all these encryptions overlapping each other, Kurono would have to decrypt tens of thousands of times after just a day if they want to learn anything from it. If they do decrypt it, the viruses planted inside will trigger and data from the Kurono network will be sent to a set of data chips on my end, says Asimov. Asimov speaks fast, but he codes even faster. A series of coding commands appears on the monitor soon before he eventually presses the enter key with force. You've got what you needed. Asimov has not stopped trying even when he speaks. To him, nothing can interrupt his research on the Omega file now. But in order to progress on the actual application of the Omega file, we need more punishing virus samples to study. I see, says Hassan. Knowing the enemy is the only way to make sure we don't miss anything. Apart from known corrupted and ascendants, we also need data from the hetero creatures and the hetero hive mother. Given the polyphage is beyond salvaging, the hetero hive mother remains we got from the sewage are far from enough. Those remains have all been transferred to the science console. I'm afraid we can't give you any more. If we don't have it, we'll just find it, says Hilda. Hilda waves the miniature terminal in her hand. This is a terminal Asimov sent to the control court. Allow me to explain the rest. It records the abnormal data captured by the invert device from the glory frame. During the investigation, the science council determined that this abnormal punishing virus overload stemmed from the fight between Chrome and the hive mother. During the fight, the hive mother maintained a faint connection with an entity beyond the sewage system. That connection was the reason Chrome's invert device overloaded when it should have. Asimov, the oldest system commandant? Yeah, he's kind of a big brain. A forehead guy. A similar connection has existed before between the polyphage and the Pterigoda queen. Pterigoda? Sounds like a dinosaur. Damaging one affects the other, and the wounded side will send out an alert to the surviving side in a way to accumulate experience, like a defensive mechanism a tribe develops to make sure of its survival. To know to do that means hetero creatures have evolved to a fairly high level of intelligence. The abnormal behavior of Chrome's invert device gave us the data to support that idea. There may be more than one hetero hive mother, or frankly put, having multiple bodies is a shared characteristic of all hetero creatures. The punishing virus emulates Earth's ecosystem to establish its own tree of life. Every branch, every leaf on that tree represents the same hetero creature species at different levels of evolution. Hassan. The task force has indeed mentioned in their record that Vonnegut said that hetero hive mother was just a test subject. Then we can deduce that there is a completed or most evolved hetero hive mother out there, and it's hidden somewhere on the surface. I see. We'll send our forces to search for data on that advanced subject. Hassan waves his hand and the image of the Babylonia hangar appears in the middle of the parliament. A massive number of task forces have already gathered before the hangar, all prepared to march for Earth before the conversation in the parliament even started, ready to send the blades across the enemy's throats. Right now, all they are waiting for is an order to turn the safety off. That order is in the hands of the parliament, locked and loaded. Asimov understands that this is the parliament showing how much they value the Omega file. He turns his gaze away from the projection, only to notice a pink-haired construct in the scene. She stands on the stage, observing the constructs gathered before the hangar, and compare them with the names on the list in her hand. Can only be Ayla, huh? The icon of the control cord on her body establishes her identity and the role she has there. As the scene of the hangar is recorded and projected to the Parliament's hall, the smiling pink-haired construct looks directly at the camera. It's not Ayla. My world is shattered. Yeah, it's better than Ayla. Asimov feels that she is not looking at the camera. Instead, her gaze crosses the countless cables and reaches the parliament, or maybe somewhere even further. The thought bemuses Asimov by the time he tries to confirm his feelings. The pink-haired construct has already finished her inspection and left the hangar. Shaking his head, Asimov focuses back on the terminal before him. He also couldn't get his eyes off of her. If you're done with what you have to say, I'll go back to work. Asimov is about to hang up when Hilda's voice interrupts him. Before you go, there's a question I hope you can answer honestly. As the leading researcher on Babylonia, your stance is far more important than every other research personnel. Science is a torch that lights the way to humanity's future, not a wind that fans the flame of some civil war. That's where I stand. Huh. Alright. Some battle. What the hell, Grey Ravens? Her simp army is big. Yeah, it's like a little treat in there, right? You think the story is a bit boring? Well, look at this character here. And now he's gone. Oh no, Makoto. Well, maybe we'll see you later. If you find a power socket. I guess this will still take a while, guys. This story is far from over. Babylonia's artificial sun has set for now. Apart from some soldiers on patrol and the lively crowd in the markets, most people have fallen asleep. As for you, you are sitting in front of the desk inside the Grey Raven break room, going over the recent mission logs and thinking about that pink-haired girl. The logs have been arranged from left to right chronologically by Liv. Your fingertip flips over a page and another memory is reawakened in your mind. Sitting on the... Good ones here. Oh, thanks. Makoto's here. Sitting on the transport craft returning from Atlantis, you receive President Hassan's encrypted transmission. All of a sudden. First of all, congratulations on completing this confidential special ops. Grey Raven can finally take a rest in the coming days. Confidential special ops? That's right. You must be able to tell from reuniting with your team that Corona's control over Grey Raven has been dismantled by us. I read it a bit weird. You have proven yourself with your actions, and it's only fair that we rewarded you with more than just empty words and congratulations. When you're back on Babylonia, we will host the grandest welcome ceremony for you. Your reaction seems to suggest that you've got something to say. You're a smart person, I suppose this is not a bad time. Hassan smiles and nods. After the ceremony, Grey Raven will no longer be an ordinary squad under the task force, but war heroes that make the impossible possible. The people will follow you, they will look up to you. You have brought them a spark of hope for victory and overcome desperate situations time and time again. They will see every move the Grey Ravens make. And because of that, Corona can no longer take Grey Raven away from the people. Is this necessary? Absolutely. People are looking for heroes, for hopes that will bring the war to an end, and the Grey Ravens are the perfect candidates. To carry out this plan, Grey Raven's main mission in the upcoming days will be to boost morale in each fighting region to establish people's hope for victory. That's what the people want, and that's how we protect you. Oh boy. You have not seen Vara and the Cerberus members for a long time since the welcoming ceremony. Apart from returning to Babylonia to hand in your mission logs, you and the Grey Ravens have spent most of your time going from safe zone to safe zone among different areas on the surface, far away from the front line. It might be more free carrying out the Parliament's mission and being forbidden to contact some people than being locked in Corona's cell. This overprotection has nonetheless grown wary on you. The Babylonia night is still far from over. You open the mission log on the desk to confirm the final details before submitting. As it opens, the recorded scenes play out before you as projections one by one. Yeah, it would be nice if that would just be voiced and you can just listen to it. Grey Raven mission log number 5568. This is Grey Raven, we are here to assist you. I have vision of the conservation area defense force. Reinforcement has arrived, says the armed scavenger. Look, it's Grey Raven. They have finally come back. Grey Raven is here, time for a counterattack. Commandant, we have arrived at the defense force location. Your orders, please. Go in. Just go in is my order. Live, main DPS. Okay, Lee. There's more. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. This and the next patch story is OP. You think, Yuna? Yeah, who already played it? Who already played it, guys? I think Skill Driver did it. And Yuna, apparently. And if you like Live in Grey Raven, then Heaven. Dude, the Grey Raven team has no synergy at all. What is the Grey Raven team we just played? 2 attackers and 1 healer? 1 physical attacker and 1 elemental attacker? And 1 physical healer? Oh boy. The moon is hanging high above the city by the time your work to support the conservation area is over. Defensive artillery runs silently at the city outskirts. Building repairs inside the conservation area are not over. People set up tents at the foot of the CPF, resting and dining by the sporadic campfire and the moonlight. You can hear the conversation. I hope I didn't say conservation earlier. You can hear the conversation of two soldiers from a nearby tent. They have kept their voices low to avoid disturbing others' rest, but you still manage to hear them having sat close by. VA, they're paid high, so we can't afford to audio. You mean voice actors are paid high? Well, I think PGR or Kuro Games by now got enough money after they released Bianca. And now the new alpha. I think it's a good time for PGR. Maybe they even work on that. A construct soldier says to another, "Why aren't you sleeping? Can't sleep? Something on your mind?" The scavenger soldier sighs heavily after a long silence. "It just feels unreal. Before you lot saved me and took me here, my friend and I were just wandering about. There was no tent, not to mention a bed, just in case some corrupted showed up during our sleep and took us out. We had to rest back to back, guns in our hands, hidden in a hole somewhere. Now there's a tent and food and Babylonia to keep us safe. We ain't relying on our junk equipment to protect ourselves no more. There's still a gun in my head, in my hand, but my friend couldn't last long enough to get help from Babylonia. I'm sorry, dude. There's nothing to apologize for. Old Johnny and I both knew we'd die any moment. No despair and... What? Not despairing without dreaming. That's how we scavengers see it. But seeing the conservation area being rebuilt, hearing the news of other cities getting taken back and receiving supplies from Babylonia, that's when I knew that the days of living in fear were over. Safety and stability are back, and it all just feels so unreal. I understand, says the other one. I used to be a soldier fighting on the front line as well. Barely got rescued from underneath the Grim Reaper's scythe, and now I'm stationed way back here in the conservation area. The cries of my companion when they died still echo in my ears. I can still feel their broken limbs on my fingertips. Enemies with overwhelming power easily took down my squad. Despair had shattered my will to fight. The last thing I saw before I blacked out was a raven-winged descendant. A raven-winged descendant? Gabriel? But you still survived. Yeah, I found out afterward that the squad managed to defeat the Ascendant and held the defense line. Who were they? Grey Raven. That's what the report said. Aren't they the ones here earlier today? That's right. They're still fighting on multiple battlefields even to this day. It's because of soldiers like them that I don't think humans are hopeless in this war. I see. We were both crushed by despair, which is why the safety we are feeling now is so unreal, I guess. Enough with the cheesy stuff. We're alive, after all. As long as we live, we have to carry on our companions' hopes and dreams and bring them to fruition. Fruition. I think it's pronounced like that. Don't you have some card with you? If you can't sleep, how about a game? Yeah, it's fruit, but with the ION at the end. Fruition. Fruition? Sounds super funny. Yurakesh, yes. The newest chapter we got with this patch. Don't you have some cards with you? If you can't sleep, how about a game? Sure. TCG? Damn it, I can't even hold my card steady now. The old raspy voice of the scavenger sounds shaken. I'm going to bed. We'll play next time. Having said that, the scavenger does not seem to have fallen asleep, giving the rustling sounds you hear from the tent. Right, next time. Both of us. You hear quiet sobbing from the tent, and his weeping adorns the silent night. Why? What was on those cards? What were those cards like? Maybe there were half nude pictures on them, I don't know. Then he directly went into his tent all by himself. I mean, they decided rather quickly that they rather don't play. You stand up and walk far away. That's a good decision. Give this man some space now. You hear a lullaby on and off on your way. Following the sound, you see Liv sitting in a crowd next to a woman, humming along with her. The woman is teaching her how to sing the song. Between the two lies a familiar kitten-like boy. The corner of his mouth is still dotted with crumbs of rations. Liv has covered him with a blanket, in case he catches a cold during the night. The woman teaches Liv as she watches carefully at the sleeping boy, gently rubbing away the crumbs by his mouth. Liv, what's the situation? Oh god, Liv is coming. Liv gestures to you to be quiet. It seems that the boy has just fallen asleep. The woman carries a cup to you. This is some soup that we made. I hope you won't mind, says the woman. You find yellow tinted broth inside. What is this? I gotta know what I find inside. Oh, it's like a soup. Behind them is a pot with barely enough soup cooked, but she still fills your cup to the brim. The sweetness of corn perfumes the air. What, Jean, you're too fat? Thought of their dead corners when playing cards with each other, I think. Oh, that could be. Of course. It must be the saddest option. Did you plant this? Yes. We planted them on the experimental farm inside the conservation area. Actilac brought us excellent seeds for corn from other conservation areas during the impossible dream of growing crops possible. What? You take the cup from the woman and take a sip. The initial bitterness turns to sweetness as the corn mixture passes your throat, its fragrance filling your mouth. As the woman has said, this is something impossible to dream of in the past with the harsh environment on the surface. There's something I want to say to you ever since leaving to no man's land. Please. Looking at Liv and you, the woman is getting emotional. Her lips are trembling before eventually saying two words. Thank you. You didn't mind how hostile we were when we first met, saving my grandson nonetheless and bringing us here to this conservation area. Even though we agreed with relocating here, we still didn't approve of everything Babylonia did when we first arrived. But after living here, we start to realize something we didn't want to accept. That even though the world government has abandoned us once, it doesn't mean that everyone there has given up those of us remaining on the surface. The conservation areas built one after another are the best evidence. Old habits die hard, but we scavengers have left the no man's land behind. Perhaps it's time we start anew. After thanking you, the woman's words come out non-stop like a broken dam. Also cool. My apologies. Someone my age should be able to remain calm despite the changes, but it turns out I'm still as sentimental as ever. She wipes away the tears from the corner of her eyes, returning to the grandson's side, sitting down and caressing his cheek. Still, the gentle smile hung at the corner of her mouth cannot hide the sorrow underneath. They finally have food on their plates and a roof above their heads, but the only family they have left is each other. All her other relatives, much like the many families on the surface, have been lost during the war with the punishing virus. Liv reaches out and gently pats the woman on the back. The woman is no longer the defensive mother she once was, leaning her head on Liv's shoulder and drifting off to sleep. Seeing the woman and child by her side, Liv looks at you and nods, indicating that you can leave this area to her. The temperature begins to decrease as the night continues. People gather in their tents in groups, soundly asleep, accompanied by the moonlight and the lullaby. Can you show me some character moves? Wait, Rakesh, you need help? Oh, you're choosing your first starter character with the free S rank selector. Yeah, if you want DPS right away, go Karen. Hey, wait! You got Luna, you need to go Tenep. You need to go for Tenep. Anyways, I gotta do story here. Guys, help him out. And Rakesh, I think you also joined our Discord, right? There we also help out each other or the new players. Actually, I'm still learning new stuff after half a year of playing the game. It is midnight by the time you confirm all the recent mission logs. Grey Raven's main mission, says Hassan, in the upcoming days will be to boost morale in each fighting region to establish people's hope for victory. But we just recall what Hassan said. Just like what the president said, clearing corrupted, scouting, transferring supplies, simple, cumbersome and focused work has become the major theme of your recent days. Conservation areas are being built one after another behind the front lines. With the help of Actilac, people are trading with each other. ARU is being steadily rebuilt. Lost bases in some areas are recovered by the Forsaken. With each of your recent missions, you can see the surface is on track to being reclaimed. You have also fulfilled your objective perfectly, encouraging the men and women on the ground as the Parliament hopes. Okay, now we recall this construct's soldiers talk, where he mentioned that Grey Raven saved the group, the squad. It's great to have Grey Raven here. There's hope if Grey Raven's with us. Don't give up, Grey Raven's coming. Similar phrases have been appearing around you. People's attention has also become another form of scrutiny, protecting as well as pressuring you. The mission logs before you are both approvals and bounds of the Grey Raven. Commandant, you still awake? Just signing off the recent logs. Lucia, Liv and Lee step inside the room one by one, interrupting your spiraling thoughts. Liv walks towards you with a steaming teacup. What is this? Tea I made with the lavender I planted in the break room. Drinking it can relax your mind and relieve pressure, says Liv. Thanks. You take the cup from her and its warmth casts away the coldness on your fingertips after having swept through the mission logs. Commandant, the pressure must have been built up inside you. What are you thinking? Talk to us about it. Just duties for soldiers. Lee shakes his head, seeing the logs on the desk. Wait, what was his voice again? Oh, you'll have a wonderful night, man. Catch it tomorrow or on Sunday. I'm not sure about tomorrow if I stream, but I think. What? Yeah, Rakesh, just don't feel stressed out. You need a lot of characters later on in PGR for some events, like 5 teams. That's 15 characters. But don't feel stressed out because of that. Try to get the right characters so you have full power right away. Gene, what? You stream? You stream yourself? Nice. So I think Rakesh is best advised by just picking Teneb. So he has the best tank for his dark team. Kamui Tenebrion. So Lee, there is so much more to do, so many problems we can solve instead of staying in the back, safe and secured. You're right. The situation isn't officially steady yet. We can't let our guard down on those who took the commandant away in the first place. Kurono. This name has been appearing around you more often lately. We recall Nicola said, if you do anything out of the ordinary during this time, even the president can protect you. President Hassan and the others have realized the danger you could encounter since back then. Kurono's behavior was also quite suspicious when you were connecting to Cerberus. Why would they withhold the coordinates of Luna's home from Cerberus in the first place? Why did they give them the wrong coordinates and task you to locate them? That arrangement was not a mistake if it was deliberate. It was a deliberate test. And ignoring the underlying threat Kurono is presenting hidden beneath the calm surface of Babylonia. You have been discovering dead zones all along the railway, and you have heard of stagnant corrupted in multiple areas. All of them point to the fact that something is changing on the surface. A threat is lingering around you, the dots waiting to be connected. It's not over yet. Clearly, the Parliament wants to keep Grey Raven safely in the back and shapes them into idols of hope. Sand down the sharp edges and Grey Raven will become the tool to comfort the masses. This does not bode well to everyone on the team. The thought of breaking the stalemate is on the edge of all of your minds. And that is when your terminal rings. Alright. A long way ahead of us. Chrome? Let's hear him out, Commandant. Connect. Sorry to disturb you at this hour, says Chrome via the hologram. That's fine, you know what kind of busy work I'm doing. Chrome does not respond to that directly. He gives you a slight smile and you both understand each other perfectly. Recently, the task force has been researching for clues on the hetero hive mother on the surface. Do you remember Vonnegut mentioning the hive mother in the sewers was just a test subject? Yeah. Right. After that, Asimov and I confirmed one thing as we exchanged data, which is that among the hetero hive mothers exists an advanced being hidden somewhere on Earth, waiting to hatch. The several hive mothers the task force found so far are not as developed as the one underneath City 075. Some of them haven't even developed a functional heart. Is the chat in the way of the story? Should we adjust this a little bit? Hmm? Hmm? And thanks for helping the new players. Yaku and Jean. And whoever else is helping. Based on the polyphage and the hetero hive mother in the sewers, ascendants can have a pivotal role in helping the hetero creature's growth. That undiscovered advanced subject has Vonnegut aiding its growth, so its level of completion must be second to none, which makes locating it a time-sensitive task. There are 3 reasons I'm looking for you now. First, the specialized frame. Indeed, we defeated the hetero hive mother with my glory frame, which means Lucia with her specialized frame is also capable of defeating the same enemy type. Second, the punishing virus overloading. That's right. Since the hive mother will overload inward devices with the punishing virus, we require a commandant on the scene to stabilize the contracts to prevent infection. And the one who has multiple experiences fighting ascendants and powerful hetero creatures, as well as having connected to corrupted by Huaxu without being infected, is the perfect candidate. Do you know about what happened in City 075? Yes, I do. I took advantage of my father's position to gather some information. Chrome. Wait, his father? Wait, is he the son of Hassan? Yo, scroll. Oh, soon going to sleep. Well, maybe I can talk you into the sleep. Maybe I can be your good night podcast. And welcome, Dylan. Hey, nice to see you guys. Today is pure story day. Chrome answers directly. You can tell that he has no intention to use that information against you by how sincere his gaze is. Third, Grey Raven on the front line is the best encouragement for the army, right, Chrome? Exactly. The front line is dangerous, sure, but removing threats on the fiercest battlefield will score Grey Raven another major achievement, further stoking the flame of hope. This also matches what the Parliament wants for your team. There's a 4th reason, isn't there? I knew I can't hide it from you. Is your frame really alright? It is, and thanks to that experience we managed to record the abnormal data and confirm our hypothesis. I don't know, they're waiting on this word. Can watch streams often. Soon review opening in 4 days. Oh, school reopening in 4 days. But that's in 4 days. Leave that problem to the in 4 days scroll. Guys, I hope everyone is feeling alright today. Ready for the weekend as always, huh? It is. And thanks to that experience, we managed to record the abnormal data and confirm our hypothesis on the evolution of the hive mother. But the Science Council can't rule out that the overload will do further damage to the glory frame, which is why Strikehawk has to stay on Babylonia to help with the research on the hetero hive mother instead of fighting on the battlefield. What about Camus? A Camus who works alone away from Strikehawk is deemed too dangerous by others. And given his uniqueness, he will be staying with us and assisting the Science Council on their research for now. In conclusion, I feel like Grey Raven is our best option when it comes to missions that concern the advanced subject. Chrome stresses his voice when he says Grey Raven is our best option. Well, thanks. No worries, I'll wait for you at Asimov's lab. Of course. Asimov's laboratory is way messier compared to the last time you were here. Different folders and machines are scattered in the space, making it difficult for you to find a place to stand. Asimov is focusing on the report in his hands, quickly tapping on the keyboard when he thinks of something before returning to the papers. A researcher is standing by his side, looking at Chrome and you by the door. Please, come in. Chrome and Avalune, turn left for 30 degrees and take 2 steps forward. That is the area Mr. Asimov has provided you to stand. Where are the others? They left after delivering their reports. You two are the last ones. First, allow me to explain the current situation on behalf of Mr. Asimov once again. The Science Council's current research requires a large amount of punishing virus samples. With sufficient samples, the research progress can advance by 40%. But not any samples. The higher the strength of the sample, the more accurate the data is provided. The data it provides. Among corrupted hetero creatures and descendants, hetero creatures are best suited to study, given that it evolved from the punishing virus itself. Among the hetero creatures, highly developed entities like the polyphage, sarin and the heterohive mother are the most ideal samples. Chrome has already told you about the advanced heterohive mother. Currently we have discovered and destroyed several hive mothers that developed naturally, but their completion rate cannot compare to the one found in the sewers. So we hypothesize that the heterohive mother, aided by Vonnegut, is... That sounds so Dutch. This could be a Dutch name. Is most likely the purest being made with the punishing virus. The heterohive mother aided by Vonnegut. Yo, Apey, welcome. Hey, nice to tune in. Today is pure story stream though. I hope you dig it. Guys, I can't wait to see how many... Although, never mind. I think I make this a separate video. And then I see how many are interested in watching the story. Now let's exchange information to locate the advanced subject out there. The researcher swipes across the air before him and a large projection of Earth appears in the middle of the laboratory. Chrome reaches out and touches a spot on the globe, asking, "This is where the sewers underneath City 075 are. There were 2 known factors, data of Luna and her prime, recorded by Ouroboros, and the time difference between Strikehawk's first retreat from the sewers and our second return there when we ran into Vonnegut." I forgot who Vonnegut is. If Vonnegut had moved outside during this time frame, the furthest he could have traveled given these 2 factors would be within this area. Chrome draws a circle on the globe as he says that. Although we couldn't guarantee that he had left for where the advanced subject was. But if... Chrome pauses for a second, hesitating before he continues. If I were him, I would go to confirm the state of that hive mother during this period of time. Although this was only my subjective estimation, he couldn't ignore the faintest possibility. Oh. Anytime or cash. And always feel free to search for help. To look out for help in our chat or Discord. We're all glad to help new players. And so Strikehawk began to search for data related to Vonnegut on the surface, and we eventually discovered some of his unique signals recently. Afterward, we searched outward with the sewers as the center before we finally came upon matches to his signals in these directions. The circle on the globe gets smaller and turns into a few thin lines, displaying the directions Chrome has mentioned. But this is based on a hypothesis. That's fair, says Asimov, but it's not without its value. Science, after all, is the process to confirm a hypothesis. Hypothesis. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, Rakesh, to be fair, I would also only really enjoy an English version of the game where I understand what they want. Because in the future you will have so many challenges with different buffs you need to apply and read through stuff, what it does, otherwise you can't even beat it. It makes no sense to be on a foreign language edition of the game. Yes, yeah, man. Asimov says it out of nowhere, his gaze having not moved from his monitor. The researcher says, "Here's the intel the Science Council has organized. After analyzing the heterohive mother, although we can't determine the principle on which it is formed, we can confirm several of its features. Abnormally energized, punishing virus concentration and interference on the magnetic field nearby. Not only does the interference affect communication, but it could also even affect the surrounding environment." The things the researcher is listing match the anomalies you have been encountering on the surface. If we can discover the exact coordinates of these anomalies on the surface, we will be able to narrow down the possible locations of the completed hive mother after combining the data with Chrome's circle. Chrome says, "Right, now we just need to have the task force find those coordinates." I think I know something about the coordinates. The commandant says. As Chrome and the researcher look on, bewildered, you mark out the different anomalies you have learned about throughout your different missions on the globe. Their words have connected all the dots among the different anomalies you have encountered recently. No wonder I felt like I was missing something. The commandant says. The anomalies that have been happening all across the globe are no accidents. A new storm is brewing. These coordinates. The researcher nods at Asimov. Asimov takes a look at the dead zones and anomalies you marked, and he frees up a hand before tapping by the projection of the globe. Multiple formulas and equations appear by the projection. The variables change at an incredibly high speed. The time difference and movement speed, says Asimov. The latitude and longitude difference from the railway, says the researcher. The consumption of the helium-3 and the average speed of the eternal engine and the area of the different dead zones can be calculated. And Chrome. Input the coordinates and areas of the anomalies into the function and calculate. Then combine that result with the angle where Vonnegut might have been. Holy shit. Just here then, scroll. Have a wonderful night. This is just the 4th stage in here. We only had one battle out of what? Out of how many? 9? Out of 7. A conclusion not one of you can come to alone. Then, everyone says. We also say then. With all of you working together, all of your clues converge into one single point through Asimov's formula. This is where the advanced subject could be. Asimov stops tapping on the projection and points towards the one point on the globe. Back to Hassan and Silica. How's the revitalization of the conservation areas? Silica says. We've reclaimed 43% of the city lost during the post-pandemic age. The engineering force has been restoring them in batches recently. 19% of the cities are found freed from corrupted activities despite not being reclaimed by us. It's believed that the Forsaken has managed to take them. 36 conservation areas have been constructed this month, and the preparation work to receive the nearby scavengers is ongoing. Good. Hassan stares at the projections of Earth before him. Silent. More dots have lit up, meaning more conservation areas have been built. Babylonia's support has formed a network linking the different areas to it, connecting humanity again. With this network, cities are restored and bases are reclaimed. Although the war is not over, Hassan believes that with the help of the Omega file, the turning point is imminent. The door to the bridges opens up. Hassan takes a look at the time and turns off the projection, looking back at his visitor. What is it, Nicola? Asked Hassan. Grey Raven found the coordinates to the advanced subject, says Nicola. Right. The coordinates point to the ruin of Puglia Forest Park, an area not prioritized for restoration due to the terrain and resource distribution, have not been reclaimed. the existence of an advanced subject is possible. Woodcock was the closest to the forest park, so they have been sent there to confirm. That's why you agree with Grey Raven's application to move back to the front line? Not just that. Hassan sends over a video file to Nicola as he speaks. Nicola taps on the file and the video begins to play. This is where the advanced subject is. Right. Leave no stone unturned. I'll immediately send people to these coordinates that you've discovered to confirm the intel, but the operation to retrieve the subject afterward. The President's hesitation is not without its reasons. Discovering the coordinates is only the first step. Even if they do locate the advanced subject there, defeating it and collecting the samples is still a problem. Which is why you and Chrome have agreed that Grey Raven needs to be there during the operation. Therefore, Grey Raven is requesting to join his mission to be back to the front line. What makes you say so? Grey Raven is essential in the fight with the Hetero Hive Mother when considering the battle itself, as well as what the people need. I state my reasons. Relaying the 4 reasons you have discussed with Chrome to Hassan, you find him standing there quietly listening. If you can't stand before me asking to be back on the front line, then you must have understood the risks of doing so. Indeed. Right now, Grey Ravens is crucial to defeating the Hetero Hive Mother. Past and future hopes and duties. The conversation between President Hassan and you jumps from topic to topic, as if you two are attempting to talk about everything in the limited time. Your ideas clash on the bridges as your souls resonate in the universe. Hassan says, in that case, I suppose our worries were for naught. The video stops there. Nicola closes it, not saying a word. It's hard to disagree with them when they took this step willingly. It's good for everyone if they are moved back to the front. The benefits outweigh the risks. Right. As long as we can achieve what we want, it doesn't matter how we get there. Exactly. Alright, according to the time, Holly Joe's team should be sending back the report soon. I hope our effort isn't wasted this time. And we'll find that advanced Hetero Hive Mother. Hey, Yurika! Welcome back to the story stream of all stories. Today is mainly the story focus. I think that's the only thing we can do today. It takes freaking forever. But I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Rapid footsteps approach from beyond the door. The retinal scanner outside announcing the name of the visitor. The door opens and Hilda enters the bridge, standing before Hassan and Nicola. How did it go? Did we find it? Asks Hassan. All the data suggests that the Hetero Hive Mother is located inside CPF 040 at the center of Puglia Forest Park ruins, or what used to be CPF 040. What used to be? Asked Nicola. That's right. It's better to see it yourselves. With that, Hilda sends a report across the desk and the warning on the cover has Hassan frowning. The last report with the warning tag was the report related to Luna. Hassan opens the file and visuals of the Puglia Forest Park ruins are projected before him. Last day of 2022? Yeah, for me it's tomorrow. I still have like 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours till the last day actually is here. Oh, and we are playing PGR. Yurika, you know PGR. It's just story. And 2 weeks after the patch released, I finally go through the whole story. So, this is the video, the projection. The first thing that enters the vision is a large field that connects the horizon. Beyond the field is a dense forest, although the existence of such a large area of lush woods is miraculous in its own right. It is not the cause of shock. Everyone's gaze turns toward the towering tree in the center of the ruins. Natural greenery interweaves with the Scarlet punishing virus along the tree, its twisted branches dancing and braiding. It has replaced the CPF. The control court immediately sends the video to the Science Council to analyze after seeing this. Their findings suggest that those things enveloping the CPF-040 are made of hetero creatures mimicking the plants in the forest park. They have recently invaded there. Since there was interference inside the forest, the following video was recorded by the Woodcock Commandant Harley Joe offline, uploaded after they escaped the park. Woodcock slowly approaches CPF-040 after submitting the visuals on it. Their initial investigation has not run into too many obstacles, but as they are further into the forest, strange things begin to happen. Oh yeah, Eureka, maybe we play that too. I still need to download it. But would be cool. We will see. Teams that enter the forest from different entry points have reported discoveries of campfires, human footprints and scavenger clothing. Hassan says, that's why would scavengers appear near a CPF that's not reclaimed? We don't know yet. We found human activities inside the forest park, some of which are fairly new, says Hilda. Meaning there was a group of scavengers who entered the park recently before it was invaded by the hetero hive mother. But that's not our key problem. Following the tracks of human activities, several figures covered in scavenger capes appear before the squad. Woodcock Commandant. This area is dangerous! Please stay where you are, we are coming to get you out of here. The Woodcock Commandant shouts at the figures, but they do not respond. The constructs next to him take a look at each other, then raise their weapons and cautiously approach the figures. Only when the constructs arrive before the figures that they realize the truth. Those are not humans that they have discovered, but humanoid monsters. Rather than being worn, their capes are just loosely hung on the humanoids' withered bodies. The humanoids slowly turn around, their strangely shaped feet crushing the bones on the ground, making an eerie squeaking noise. The red orbs in their chests are like their hearts, pulsing intensely. The thin bones enveloping them, however, are not strong enough to withstand the strong pulsations. Pieces of bones shatter from the vibration, falling off their bodies onto the ground, crushed by their feet. New bone structures immediately grow from the orbs, covering them once more before breaking and regrowing. Behind all of them hung a smooth, translucent string, within which lines intricate veins and nerves like an umbilical cord. These figures attached to the cords are like newborn babies, moving about stiffly with their deafening cries. No doubt there are hetero creatures. The Science Council are calling them hetero sapiens for now. The arrival of hetero sapiens signals a grave danger. Hetero creatures' evolution mimicking Earth's ecosystem has reached a stage of Homo sapiens. Evidence shows that they are evolving much faster than we imagined. It took millions of years for apes and humans to evolve into separate species. Comparatively speaking, the hetero creatures have spent less than a blink of an eye. Our enemies have turned from beasts to humanoids in a flash. What will they become next? Hassan and Nicolas are shocked. This is a horrifying but honest question. With how fast they are evolving, no one can predict how the enemies will present themselves next time. As the three turn silent and the chilling video continues to play. The hetero sapiens extend their rotten fingers from under the capes and point towards the constructs before them. Their mouths open and close cumbersomely, making strange, twisted noises. This area is dangerous. Please stay where you are. We are coming to get you out of here, says a twisted voice. This area is dangerous. Please stay where you are. We are coming to get you out of here. Despite the distorted tones, the Hetero sapiens have easily mastered the language skills that human toddlers would take years to learn. Scarlet particles emit from beneath their capes. The construct's inward device blare out piercing alarms. Several of the soldiers cannot withstand the shock of what happened in front of their eyes, as they stumble back and almost drop their weapons. But the training quickly kicks in, and they immediately retain their composure. Regardless of how strangely the enemy act, it does not change the fact that they are hostile to humanity. Attack, says the Woodcock commandant. The commandant orders the team to attack and they immediately open fire. Bullets lodge into the Hetero sapiens' bodies, but they remain undeterred. Undeterred? Charged into the firing line, unfazed by their shattered bones as if taking a stroll in the storm. Oh. Like a flood, Hetero sapiens rush in from every direction of the forest park, rushing the Woodcock defense line. Wounds begin to appear on the soldiers' frames and the muzzle flashes begin to decrease in numbers. Confronting the massive number of enemies, Woodcock has no option but to retreat. The video ends with the frozen frame of the hurried retreat of Woodcock. Hassan closes the report, rubbing his temples with his fingers. Luckily it's not too late, says Hilda. Hetero sapiens have only appeared around CPF 040. Intel on them has been synchronized to all ground forces. The Science Council is further analyzing the footage, hoping to understand the Hetero sapiens more. What's important is what we decide next. We still have to face the Hetero Hive Mother after defeating the Hetero sapiens. To get a sample of the advanced subject, we will pay a hefty price, says Nicola. Which is why the Control Court believes we can make use of the Longinus arsenal during this operation. But doing so also means we will give up on retrieving a sample from the advanced subject. Without the sample, progress on Omega file will fall behind by at least 40%. The Omega file will fall behind. That is too long when the situation on the surface can shift at a moment's notice, says Nicola. Hassan, that's right. The Longinus arsenal can only be used in the worst case scenario. Omega file is an important turning point of this war. It is worth the risk. Send out the task force, defeat the Hetero Hive Mother and retrieve our samples. As Grey Ravens have expected, they will be instrumental in this mission. Now we need other participants. Who do you have in mind? Hassan looks at Nicola, who pauses for a second before speaking a name. Hans! His strength is crucial to this operation. Who is Hans? Yo, Makoto, welcome back. And also Yuno. Hey, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Juno, is 92 actually your birth year? Aren't you like exactly 30 years old then? Still? Oh, and Hans is a commander from Echo Aria patch story. God damn it, guys, we need to catch up on the story. But we read this even. Oh, this is the last time we will see Hans. Like Hans and Hilda, such German names. If Grey Raven with their specialist frame is our assault breacher vehicle for the Hetero Hive Mother, Hans is our best choice to safeguard the vehicle and deliver it before the enemy. Since comms with Babylonia are jammed in the forest park, we can't issue commands to the ground troops there directly. They will require someone with the ability to observe the battlefield and make judgment calls. Whether to use the Longinus arsenal to destroy the Hetero Hive Mother or to order a full force assault on it, to retrieve samples, to save the surviving scavengers, or to extend the hopes Grey Raven brings. Each decision is critical, every choice burdened with immense pressure. Hans is one of the only commanders who can shoulder that on the field. He's been in more wars than any of us since the Golden Age. His experience makes him the best option to guide this mission on the surface. But his health has been getting worse, says Hassan. I don't know if he will walk out of the Puglia Forest Park ruins alive. You just said that Omega Fall is worth the risk, says Hilda. Fine, but I have to talk to him first, Hassan replies. Silica, send Hans to the bridge. Hans appears on the bridge, standing straight and tall. Did you know that there's how do you say, a different name for Hans too in German? Hansi? The Hansi? Why am I called this? Do I read too fast? Oh. Ooh, okay. His conversation with Hassan lasts mere minutes, but it feels like ages have passed. As their conversation comes to an end, everyone in the room falls quiet. Hans salutes and breaks the silence. Whatever it takes. Even your life. A soldier's life is humanity's leverage. To be utilized by the fullest is my ultimate wish. I'm your tool. Hans' gaze is resolute, undaunted by Hassan's questions. Alright, Babylonia's forces are at your disposal. I'll give you some time to come up with a list. You can confirm it with Nicola and Hilda later. What is Grey Raven doing as the critical team of this operation? Lee and Liv are helping the Science Council to analyze the Heterosapiens footage from Woodcock. Lucia and Avalune are going over their equipment. We have prepared some special weapons to increase the odds of success. I see. In that case, I'll need the following 3 teams from those standing by. Already? Do you need to think it over? That's not necessary. Understanding the strength of each soldier is the basic requirement of a commander. First Woodcock, led by Harley Joe. He was the first on the scene and thus understands the park the most. He's also applied to return to the forest park. And Harley Joe's achievement in communications means he might be able to solve the interference inside the park. Considering his team was hurt, I want to assign contracts from other squads to him as a temporary team. The second squad is Ygritte. Ygritte? Led by Vanessa. Her efficiency can buy us valued time. Given the lack of data Heterosapiens, we can also rely on Ygritte's heavy firepower to take down the enemies. The third is the team led by Simon. Nicola. Simon's capability is not that great. It will be hard for him in high-octane fights with the Heterosapiens. His physical prowess is concerning, but the strength of his mind beacon is second only to Avalune in his year. Someone like that will be able to share the strain with Avalune when stabilizing the constructs near the Hetero Hive Mother. God, this is so freaking much to read, guys. You have no idea. I see. The mobilization order has been issued to their teams. Safe journey. Yes, sir. It will be. The transport craft drags its light blue flaming tail across the sky. You have finally returned to the front line. Your exposed skin uncovered by the exoskeleton can feel the moisture in the air, meaning there is sufficient rain in the area, which explains why Puglia Forest Park ruins could last on the barren earth until now. There is no time to rest after the transport craft lands. Orders are issued to gather everyone together. Hans, like an unyielding oak, stands in the middle of the field, watching the construct's team before him with the eyes of a hawk. Soldiers! Hans is not very loud, but his voice is firm enough to reach every one of your ears, making you all stand straight. I'm sure you've read the briefs. I'm Hans, commander of the ground forces in this mission. No matter your valor in the past, your job now is to follow orders. My judgment takes precedence in unexpected scenarios. Understood. 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 After the familiar introduction, Hans cuts straight to the chase. I won't repeat how important this operation is. Based on Woodcock's initial reconnaissance, the advanced Hetero Hive Mother is located inside the yet-to-reclaim CPF-040 at the center of Polia Forest Park ruins. That one single team could not continue their investigations under the threat of the Hetero Sapiens, so that duty is now on the elite commandants here and your squads. Epic enough? We have two objectives. A construct passes a bit domain node to each commandant at Hans' order. What? A construct passes a bit domain node to each commandant at Hans' order. Holding the bit domain node once more, you cannot help but remember the fight with Banshee against Siren. Recalling, time seems to rewind back to the moment Selena and your eyes met. Get interrupted by Hans. First! Your haze is interrupted by Hans' voice. Oh. Your haze is interrupted by Hans. This is hard to constantly switch. With his hands behind him, Hans looks at CPF-040 at the center of the Forest Park ruins. Locate and defeat the Hetero Hive Mother that is hiding inside CPF-040 and allow Grey Raven with the specialized frame to retrieve samples from it. When I decide that it's no longer feasible to retrieve the samples or the mission to retrieve them has failed, I'll issue commands to install the bit domain nodes, so we can guide the Longinus arsenal and take out our enemies once and for all. Second, to save as many surviving scavengers we find on our way as possible. Hans pauses when he says it. Of course, that's the best case scenario. You've read the intel on Hetero Sapiens, but I want you to remember that their appearance imply. The punishing virus has evolved beyond our understanding in the blink of an eye. Who knows how they will change after we enter the forest park. When the situation goes beyond control and neither of our objectives is feasible, we will prioritize installing the nodes in order to guide the Longinus arsenal. Dude, don't repeat yourself. What did you say, recruit? If not, Babylonia will carry out broad orbital strikes with the Longinus arsenal on the forest park ruins. Everything in the park, whether it is the Hetero Hive Mother, the scavengers or us, will all turn to dust. As soldiers, we can't rely on miracles. Everyone must prepare for the worst case scenario. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All teams start preparing and get to know each other. The mission starts in 10 minutes. Hans, I'm pumped. I'm deeply motivated. Although Hans has given everyone 10 minutes to ready up and get to know one another, the oppressiveness around the camp has made it hard for any of you to begin introducing yourselves. Each of you knows what enemies you will face inside the Forest Park ruins. A single mistake now as preparing your equipment can mean losing your life to the Hetero Sapiens later. Lucia takes Lee and Liv to the edge of the forest to scout. You sit on a rock in the distance, checking the weapon in your hand. At the moment, you feel a sense of pressure coming for the side of your neck. Dodge! You dodge back slightly and the combat knife slide along your neck, just missing it. Retaliate. Before you can see the face of your assailant, your body instinctively reacts. One of your hands strikes at the wrist that holds the combat knife, disarming him. Your feet sweep across his legs as he stands there shocked, and he falls to the ground. He tries to stand up, but before he can, you grab both of his hands and press him down. I give up, I give up. The combat knife is not sharpened. The chief's reaction speed is indeed as fast as Simon said. Simon? A man's voice rises from underneath you. That is when you notice that he is also wearing the uniform of a Babylonian commandant. Spit? He turns around trying to spit out the mud and grass he accidentally swallowed when he fell to the ground. That is how you finally see his face clearly. He's none other than Harley Joe, the woodcock commander you saw in the video footage. This is the first time we meet, yeah? I told you what would happen, and you still did it. Are you just a fool? Harley Joe, it's rare to get an opportunity to train with the chief one-on-one. You hear a female voice nearby, the mechanical arms behind her back lifting along with her two arms. Those arms might be mechanical, but instead of looking rugged, they gracefully perform the give-up gesture like real arms. What the F? I give up. Can you let the fool go? Sheesh. No. You have no idea that she was there before she raised her voice. If she wanted, the man underneath you would have been free a while ago. Speaking up before intercepting is a token of respect. Not letting him go in this situation would be unwise. But I clicked refuse. Ugh. As you move away from the man, the woman extends a mechanical arm to grab his uniform and lifts him up. I'm Yata. How do you pronounce that? Jata from Scarlet. My commandant being Valeria, but I've been assigned as a temporary squad member working with Commandant Harley Joe. Harley Joe is the name of this fool. Jata points at him as she speaks, and Harley Joe grins brightly. Yata? Come on, can't you say my name right? I can't. Fool fits you more, weirdo. Fine. Nicknames are a sign of trust. I'll consider that you're accepting me as your temporary commandant, Yata. Yeah, Yata? I guess no one knows how to pronounce it. Let's go with Jata. So why are you here? Harley Joe. I can barely breathe with how oppressive the camp feels. If the commander is giving us time, I'm going to use it. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Harley Joe, a commandant from your year like Simon. I'm Avalune. Yeah, I know. Simon doesn't stop talking about you. Harley Joe wipes off the dirt on him and walks towards you. Jata walks to the side, observing the surroundings, alerted. I suppose you must have seen the footage we woodcocks sent back. Most of my team was hurt during that encounter and are all getting treated by the nearest conservation area. At the nearest. Aren't you worried about them? Of course I am, but none of them were seriously wounded. Why are you back by yourself? Instead of simply worrying by my companion's sides, I'd rather teach the heterosapiens who hurt them a lesson. What? Which was why I applied to return here. Being only slightly hurt, that's how I'm back in a temporary team with Jata. Aren't you scared? Regarding the heterosapiens? The truth is, I'm scared shirtless. You can feel it yourself. He grabs your hands and lays it on top of his wrist. His intense pulse confirms his story, and the whispery tone he takes when he talks about the heterosapiens suggests the same thing. As a soldier, I thought I'd seen my share of powerful enemies, and I'd long forgotten what fear feels like. The heterosapiens don't look scary, and they aren't particularly powerful. The fear they cause stems from how little we know about the punishing virus. I feel like the punishing virus is adapting to Earth's environment more and more. It's evolved into the humanoid heterosapiens in such a short period of time. What is it after next? To replace humans and rule Earth as an entirely new life form? It's scary to think about it, isn't it? Of course I have to be back to prevent that from happening. This is Earth. If anything should get kicked out, it is the punishing virus. Not to mention that conquering our fear, defeating the enemy and acquiring victory are what we soldiers folks do. If we don't stand on the front line, who will? Civilians? I don't want what happened to me to happen to more people. Oh, nothing, forget that. By the way, we don't want to be too nervous. A tense bowstring will make the bow snap quicker. I guess that's why we have why the commander was asking us to introduce ourselves. Therefore, I deem the vibe in the camp extremely unhealthy. I shall remedy that. Oh, Jata, why are you standing farther and farther away? Both of you are not vigilant enough. You should put some distance between you the first time you meet, not chatting the way you did. Speaking of which. Another strange guy comes in and throws up. Are you looking for me? You hear Simon's voice at the mention of him, and you see him leaning on the construct next to him, wiping the corner of his mouth clean with his hand weakly. You. Holly Joe immediately walks up and holds him steady with the construct when he sees Simon. Oh, Simon, are you okay? I'm still not used to the transport craft. You looked fine when we gathered earlier. Because Hans looked scary. Wow, representing your physical discomfort with sheer fear, huh? Lucia. Commandant. They are... As you talk, Lucia and others return from the edge of the forest, confused at the sight of the multiple unfamiliar squads. I'm Holly Joe, and this is my good buddy Jata. Don't say that, we're not that close. Just a temporary squad member and her temporary commandant. This is Simon, and this is his teammate. Holly Joe completely ignores Jata's correction and continues to introduce everyone. 10 minutes are over, says Hans. Gather up, we're heading into the forest park. Eehaw, says Simon. Hans' voice shows up near Simon out of nowhere. He jumps up dramatically away from Holly Joe and the construct holding him. Silence! Before we know more about the heterosapiens, we can't rule out that loud noises would attract them. Yeehaw! Oh, Jean. Have a safe trip home. Hans gives Simon a deadly stare before waving his hand, and his teammates immediately spread out, preparing for attacks from the heterosapiens. Egret, led by Vanessa, also walks up from the side and stands next to you. Found anything during preparation? Holly Joe answers. I picked up some plants and gave them a taste. Analyzing them now. What about the heterosapiens? Nothing about them. But there is some information about this park we didn't record. Woodcock tried to clear out the plants in our way to quickly approach CPF-040. But the red glowing trees spilled out some strange liquid and raised the punishing virus concentration in the nearby area by 2%. Undamaged plants didn't do anything similar. It might be related to hetero plants adhering to their surfaces. Oh, and I named the plants with characteristics of the hetero creature's hetero plants. Clearing the plants without damaging the red matter is quite difficult. So my educated guess is that mass destruction of hetero plants would result in irreversible damage to the Puglia Forest Park ruins and the surrounding areas. To avoid an unnecessary rise in infection rate, I feel like it's best I report this before we enter the park. Vanessa. How annoying. I was expecting something more useful. Vanessa groans, no longer looking at Holly Joe. What is this hostility? What's Egret's progress? We tried the sky. Didn't work. Short distance flights across the trees were immediately met with surface to air attacks. Isn't this a forest? What surface to air weapons are there? That would be a human defense system. Those had to be attacks from the hetero creatures. Vanessa. That's what it was. They turned themselves into cannons hovering mid-air, and when they encountered us, they launched themselves at extremely high speed in a suicide attack. Simon. Have the hetero creatures developed this kind of tactics already? Hans. Not a good sign. Not at all, and they were smart, says Vanessa. They only attacked targets in the air that approached giant tree. The closer we were, the more frequent their attacks were. That might be why our transport craft wasn't attacked, having landed at the outskirts. I see. says Hans. In that case, the less encumbered Harley Joe and Jata will take the flank. Everyone else takes a line formation and watches each other's backs. Grey Raven, stay in the middle and reserve your strength. Alert others of incoming attacks from the air. Fire freely when you encounter Hetero Sapiens. Continue advancing, don't break formation. Oh god, guys. My voice needs a break. We are already at 1.5 hours of constant reading. Why did the game just click the dialogue away? Kill him! We saved the nuke. For better times. Oh. Wait. Let me read Puglia Guide. Well, guys, don't click anything. Why is the text scrolling? Can read that fast. So we're looking for hints where those particles are coming from. Not over here. Oh, it's already a giant sign. Visual model is being jammed. Yata and I have the flanks. Periodic comms. Is the autoplay turn on? What the hell? The Sapiens. Look at him go. Look at him plunge. The textures pop in. Okay, that's not the way. Why is the text scrolling? Why is there autoplay? Get Grey Ravens. What? Lucia. Game, are you freaking kidding me? I can't go down that road. So it's gotta be another one. Get him! Ah, there's a giant sign I didn't see. Okay. It's just written look around. Encountering the Hetero Sapiens in real life is much more intense than seeing them in videos. Yeah, it's the same as with me. It's a whole different level of encountering me in real life. Okay. Their bones are fractured by Aggrod's firepower, their fragments hitting your exoskeletons with a thud. Their bodies turn cold as they lie on the ground among their remains, hopeless. Check your wounds. We'll continue moving in 2 minutes, said Hans. You all begin to carry out inspections and repairs as you receive your order. Your head is slowly recovering from the spike of adrenaline, but you can still hear the voices of heterosapiens from all corners of the forest park ruins, warning you not to let your guard down. The cyclic comms interference happens to stop now, and you all receive a transmission at the same time. Liaison Officer. Attention, all ground forces, important message from Babylonia. I repeat, attention, all ground forces, important message from Babylonia. To avoid the comms interference, cutting this message short, we are sending the recorded message to your terminals repeatedly offline. Please download the attachments once you are in a safe position. Hans opens the attachment. After hearing the message and the video attached displays the ever-familiar red tide. Above the red tide are steady corrupted, frozen in place. Scarlet liquid spilling out from the gaps of their bodies. Those liquid flows to the ground along their bodies, gathering on the ground, forming multiple small pools of red tides. Afterward, the red tides devoured those corrupted before heterosapiens crawl out from the crimson liquid. The heterosapiens, originally thought to only appear in Pulai Forest Park ruins, are rising from the red tides in the video. They step away from the tide and attack everything on their way, and the reaction from the ones attacked is all but unfamiliar. This is the red tide. In the footage, the victims' bodies break up after being attacked by the heterosapiens, falling to the ground before dissolving and reforming by the heterosapien strikes, regardless if they are mechanoids or humans. You have seen that in City 075 multiple times through the Spear of FOS, the manifestation of being devoured by the red tide. Hassan shows up at the end of the projection. His expression is solemn and explains what is happening everywhere on Earth. As you can see, the new heterosapiens are showing everywhere around the globe. Hetero creatures, as a product of the punishing virus, are rising from mechanoids that have been infected. They form small-scale red tides everywhere with corrupted activities, breaking down machines and attacking humans, rapidly raising the virus concentration in the area and turning more and more areas into dead zones. Based on our observation, the global punishing virus concentration is rising exponentially. How did it happen? Didn't we clear out all the red tide in a previous mission? Technically, some areas were cleared of the red tide. We never understood how the red tide appeared. We only knew that it would show up near a powerful hetero creature, which was why Babylonia could tackle the red tide problem by taking down the Polyphage and Siren. The red tides now are different from the ones in City 075. They appear within the corrupted and spread with the help of heterosapiens. They move faster, hit harder and mobilize more freely. It's a new threat to humanity. Babylonia is actively preparing a response for it. All task force members remember your duties as a soldier. Hold your position, protect the civilians and wait for our notice. May humanity endure. Unlike the red tide projections in the past, the red tides now come with more threatening physical forms, taking over lands where humans live relentlessly. Hans. This is a warning to humanity, telling us not to let our guard down because of momentary victories. Humanity has been reclaiming lands, rescuing people and re-establishing bases. The punishing virus has also been growing meanwhile, testing humanity with fiercer forms every time. Yo, prey! Welcome. The enemy won't stop. To exist is to evolve. That's why we can't stop as well. Like the president said, our duties come first. What we should do now is hold our positions and complete our missions. Have we finished analyzing the data we got from actual combat? Several constructs, including Liv, step forward and present their analysis to the group after hearing Hans's orders. It's done. Oh, Elena. It's done. We have synced the data to everyone's terminal. The construct named Elena speaks first. Her soft tone slightly calms the tension around you while pulling everyone's focus on them. Oh, thanks for watching the ads, dude. You're paying for the stream today. Some of our discoveries might help with the situation out there. Oh, Some of our discoveries might help with the situation out there, says Liv. Given the physical feedback we got when fighting the heterosapiens, we once believed they didn't consist of any sensory organs for pain. But we got a complete opposite conclusion after our analysis. Their sensory receptors are incredibly active. Liv points to the heterosapien diagram before her. Extremely potent electro signals spread in their nervous system after they are hurt. Unlike humans, however, the signal doesn't end in their brains but in their umbilical cords. They're uploading those signals? Right. Oh, Eleanor. Right. Although they have developed humanoid forms, the heterosapiens have yet to develop a human-like society. They still maintain an insect-like hive mind. The heterosapiens form the receiving ends of the nervous system that is set throughout the forest park, uploading stimuli from the outside world and letting the central system process all the information, says the support construct. Like a spider web. Hans. The closer we are to the CPF, the more heterosapiens there are, like insects protecting their queen. Hives uploading signals. That's why Liv said we might be able to help with the situation out there. Right. Heterosapiens always show up in groups. Like cells growing underneath the skin, their signals won't be uploaded until they have been gathered and organized. Before those signals are uploaded, these heterosapiens are sharing their senses. If we dislodge the umbilical cords that are used to uploading those sensory stimuli, they will have to experience those stimuli themselves. Vanessa. Failing to handle the input, their frail bodies will break. They will be hindered, if not paralyzed. Simon says, right. Their extremely sensitive sensory organs will become their biggest weakness in this case, which means breaking one will cause a chain reaction. Holly Joe. I get it. Domino effect. Push one and they all fall. Huh. Kind of an effective and elegant tactic, says Vanessa. Hans nods after hearing the reports from the support type constructs. This intel will help the other ground forces tremendously if we can pass it back to Babylonia. The question now is, how we send it back, says Vanessa. Bzzz. A buzz echoes within the Puglia Forest Park ruins, signaling another wave of comms interference. Do we have to wait for the interference to end before reporting in? Time is of the essence when we are fighting on the surface. I don't think it's a good idea to waste our time here. I think I had a different voice than Vanessa. Who's Joe? Harley Joe is another commander from another squad. There are currently 4 squads, if I remember correctly, who will investigate the new the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Oh shit, I screwed it up, Bray. Didn't enter the tower. Would you know what this is? I think I have no idea. Holly Joe, we are farther in the forest now than when Woodcock was first here. Have you finished calibrating your algorithm? Yes, Commander, just in time. Holly Joe takes out the mechanical device from his backpack as you all watch, and he places it on the ground, tinkering with it. This is... Yep, exactly what you think it is. Holly Joe stops his motion and leaves the machine on the ground. Now everyone, try to communicate without using your voice or your audio module. Vanessa, why bother? The result's the same way anyways. Heh, so you got it. They can read their freaking thoughts? It's a comms amplifier. That's right, I modified it myself. We could use it since I wasn't done calibrating it, but after the last few Cycles of interference. I have calculated the optimal amplifying level in the forest park. Vanessa takes a few steps back, distancing herself from Holly Joe. Sure, but the effect range isn't ideal. Jata says. Oh, she took off her mask. We can fix that if we adjust the way it's wired, like this. What? Look at how proficient you are. Not my choice. Short halt made me learn it. Her mechanical arms pick up the device on the ground like tentacles, navigating inside it, smoothly and deftly rewiring it. Ah, I see. It will increase the effective range of a single unit. Those are some very impressive skills in modifying devices like this. Hold on, did you just say a single unit? Asked Lee. You heard me. This is what we're gonna do next. Holly Joe flips over his backpack and pours out a pile of these devices, all stacking up into a small hill by his feet. I'll be calibrating them and Jata will be deploying them. As long as they aren't destroyed, we can contact Babylonia when the network of these amplifiers reaches a certain scale, even with the comms interference. Sounds like a lot of work, said Jata. Someone has to do it. Fine, you're my temporary commandant, so I'll listen to you. Criticism can wait till it's over. Alright, break's over, said Hans. All teams will advance in wedge formation. Agrod will lead, Grey Raven and my team will take the rear. Holly Joe and Jata will stay behind the team to take care of whatever enemy remains and deploy the comms amplifiers. Simon's team will cover them during setup. Hans gives every one of you your orders, turning the different teams into tightly connected gears, each of you in your most suitable position with your duties. He winds up the war machine that is you all, the elites of Babylonia, and you march on towards CPF 040. Going in. Oh, Liv. Shit's about to go down. The comms interference is solved with the help of the comms amplifiers from Holly Joe. You continue your journey towards CPF 040 after Hans has reported your discoveries to Babylonia. As the waves of heterosapiens in your sight are defeated one by one, your field of view begins to broaden. The central purification filter that was the basis of humanity's life on the surface against the punishing virus is now penetrated by the crimson plants erected in the middle of the field, twisted and towering. Okay, it's rare that you read the words penetrated and erected in one sentence. I just wanted to point it out real quick. We are finally here, says Lucia. Jata, more heterosapiens from our flank. How much more of these boring folks do we have to kill? Hold the line, we could just barrage into CPF 040 yet. Can't. You all look for covers around CPF 040 with standing waves of heterosapiens attacks. Our initial scan shows that the CPF is still running at lower power. Parts of the centrifuge module at its base are down. The punishing virus concentration inside the tower is steadily rising, says Liv. Some of the passageways inside have been blocked by plants formed by the hetero creatures. It seems that we have to keep scamming even after we are inside to find the right way. Any scavengers? I'm sorry, but we haven't found any yet. Hans stares at the CPF 040 before him and thinks for a second before speaking up again. We are adjusting our plans. Vanessa, your tactics are better suited to fighting on the surface. Take Egret and station outside the tower. Guard the entrance after everything else enter. What? Doesn't matter. Roger. Anything goes. Anything goes as long as you can take down the heterosapiens returning to the tower from the forest and safeguard our path of retreat. Okay. Holly Joe, see the gap at the top of the CPF? Holly Joe narrows his eyes and looks toward where our Hans is pointing. Let me see. Found it. Based on how the light is shining through, there does seem to be an opening underneath the branch at 11 o'clock. Right. Yata and you will climb up the CPF along those plants and open up the gate from the outside, creating a second path of retreat as a backup in case the inside team cannot leave via the gate, via the way in. Roger. My team will lead inside the CPF and Simons will take the rear. Grey Raven stays in the middle and will escort them to the closest from the Hetero Hive Mother, making sure they aren't worn down before fighting it. Yeah, I'm pretty much doing right now. Afterward, my team will deploy the bit domain nodes around the Hive Mother. Simon will help Avalune stabilize the constructs inside the tower. Your mind beacons will be everything that stops the constructs from being infected. Roger. Roger. Everyone raises your defense level to the maximum. We still know nothing about the situation inside the tower, so everyone stays alert. With that, Hans signals his team to breach the main entrance of to CPF 040, and you begin to enter. Support. Okay, it's not auto playing. Nice. Support constructs. Scan the route forward. Everyone else stay together. Don't get separated. Why is live alone? Oh, this again. Scanning complete. The switch circuit here is connected to the filtration. Gotcha. Mr. Cupid, do you see this? Mr. Cupid, is Mr. Cupid here? Is anyone still here who has troubles with the difficulty in the story? Let me show you how easy this game actually is, if you just use your core passives. Give me rat. You don't even need the core passive. Whoa. I'm not sure if Mr. Cupid even show up. Maybe he has no time today. That was the whole mission? What? I think now the shit is going down. They look like the aliens from XCOM. Watch out, everyone! It's difficult to come back if you fail from here. The same applies to the enemies. Correct. We can ease a lot of pressure if we can make good use of this fan. Okay, let's use the fan. Do we? Or do we just blow them up? I mean, we could use a yellow orb and just let them get pushed in. So wait a second, we need to do this. And now we do... What? What is this? I get... What do you want? Seems you could move the box by using the impact from there. An impact. An impact. Give me fucking impact! Guys. They can't mean that the turn is back on. Don't have a yellow orb. Can't even attack. I can't push it into the other direction. Is there another switch? If we turn this on, this won't help. Am I missing an option? You can move the box by using it in this direction. I can fire. Okay. Game. Scanning complete. We can head upwards and leave now. Gotcha. Live your way over there. Is this a safe place? Chief Commander, all nearby areas have been scanned. The results have been sent to your commandant. Good. Stick to the plan and finish your tasks. Yeah, I also don't know why they sent Liv in. Cruel world. Another gate inside the CPF was blown apart before the dust settles. Constructs in their protective goggles breach the broken door. Their weapons firing and the smoke clears to reveal Hans's team standing. Hetero Sapiens on the left, down. Flammable canisters on the right, secured. Area secured, Chief Commander. We spotted bullet holes from shotgun rounds and sign of explosions on the walls. These marks are accompanied by fallen Hetero Sapiens, most often than not. It's not us, and it couldn't have been the scavengers. Record it and confirm the data. Roger. How's Simon's team doing? Simon's team is trying to secure the location inside the tower that connects to all inside teams. Whichever construct shows a sign of infection, he can immediately connect and help stabilize them with the commandant. With his help, all constructs inside the tower have yet to show any sign of infection. All anomalies regarding the inward devices are resolved the moment they arise. He's playing the role of an emergency firefighter pretty well. Right. Hans nods, setting up the bit domain node he just turned on in the room he is in. And the third bit domain node has been deployed. The triangulated coordinates are located not far below Hans' team. Based on the previous exploration, you have all confirmed that is where the advanced Hetero Mother is hiding. Hans grips the trigger for the Longinus arsenal in his hand tightly. He looks at the floor beneath his feet as if his gaze can penetrate the heavy platform, observing the fight that is about to happen there. The dire situation on the surface and the threat inside the Puglia Forest Park ruins have shown Hans that the advanced Hetero Mother cannot leave this area alive. If Grey Raven cannot defeat it by the end of the fight, he must pull his trigger and annihilate all the enemies inside this forest. Whether they succeed in retrieving the samples or not, Hans puts the trigger back inside his coat and leads his team out of the room. Instead of waiting for Grey Raven's result, there are still missions only he can complete as the Chief Commander in a situation like this. You love the monster design? Yeah, it's awesome. It's like really creepy monsters. Nothing with cuteness or anything. They're just look dangerous. As you lead Grey Raven inside the vast space ahead, you find the Hetero Mother suspended in mid-air. It is even bigger and more complete than the test subject you saw before. Your terminals keep sending out warning that this is the target of your mission, the advanced Hetero Hive Mother. Crimson umbilical cords extend from around you, connecting to the Hive Mother. Some of them hanging helplessly like withered roots. This is the Queen of the Hive, the central processor of all the data received from outside. Commandant, the enemy is making a huge impact on our Inva device. Understood, but it hasn't exceeded our calculations yet. Stick to the plan. Roger. Roger. You step forward and fire at the Hive Mother. The bullet grazes its tough exterior, leaving no marks but the crisp echo. But your action has awoken the previous dormant Hive Mother. You can hear curses coming out of its body. Cannot harm. Cannot. The Hive Mother is mumbling gibberish, like the one did in the sewers, which confirms the connection between that one and the other one before you, the Ascendant's 8. Immediately, its tentacles strike at you with unfathomable speed. Now! Copy, says Lucia. Lucia rushes before you, her red katana unsheathed, severing the tentacles reaching for you. The thrust is behind her buzzes. Even with the exoskeleton and its temperature regulator, you can still feel the temperature around you drops. A freezing breeze emits from Lucia's thruster, and the Hetero Hive Mother's movement is visibly slowing down. Yo, Anand, welcome! I have to be, but I don't know what other two chapters should I put with her. I don't have the other two characters. Please help. Oh, to be is attacker. So you can just use her as any attacker if you don't have the rest. But of course the NieR team is only good in the full NieR team, because they buff themselves up. Like every character buffs the whole team, and if you only have one, of course it's not as powerful. But if you enjoy 2B, go for it. Why not? Just pair her with physical characters like Liv Eclipse, Ayla or Bastion. And Rosetta is of course the absolute house you can have. Plus Luminous. Liv Luminous. Oh my god, do you think I can do this good? Well, you think I'm a good voice actor? Suddenly bursts with immense strength and dodges, putting some distance between them. Liv! The evading Hetero Hive Mother suddenly freezes mid-air, multiple pink electromagnetic walls holding it firmly in place. Enemy pinned down! Fire! You fire again at the Hetero Hive Mother. This time it does not pay your bullets. It does not pay your bullets no attention like the first time, and instead shifts its body when they are about to hit. Like that first time, however, the bullet hits its shell and ricochets to the side. Leaving a mark on the wall of the CPF. Ricochets. Oh. You know, if the bullet doesn't go through, it just pops off their body. Just bounces off. Okay. Yeah, thanks for helping, people. What a wholesome chat. Each and every stream. Unbelievable. So here's the Hetero Hive Mother. Commandant, I'm ready. Activated. Lee. Roger. With your command, Lee presses the button on the machines nearby. Ever since you fired your first bullet, Lee has been sneaking to the side and trying to repair those devices. Of course, he's not in the fight. While the rest of you tried to draw the Hetero Hive Mother's attention, buying him time. The mechanical devices buzz and the punishing virus concentration in the area begins to decrease. The rhythmic contraction of the Heterohive Mother's shell sped up as a reaction to the change. Every push inward stresses its exterior immensely, giving it a seizure. But this is not a phenomenon you know about the Heterohive Mother when the punishing virus concentration lowers. Guys, I want to go to the grocery store. Actually, your streamer still wanted to get some groceries today. I got 1.5 hours. Your doubt lingers but a moment. The window of opportunity the Grey Ravens have created must be seized, so you hold down the trigger on your gun, aiming not at the shells but the countless umbilical cords above it. They snap one after another, these wires that upload information from the outside. The broken ends of the cords start to wilt and pale. The scarlet liquid cannot hold its own weight and spills from the broken cord, dripping over the Heterohive Mother before flowing to the ground. Ew. You notice a hint of black liquid within the redness, coming not from the broken umbilical cords, but the pulsating, retracting shells of the Heterohive Mother. No! No! Lucia leaps forward, impassing the Heterohive Mother with her unbroken tidal-like strikes. Within the glistening reflections, the Heterohive Mother curls up on the ground in a strange position, its shell trembling from the blade and its retraction, as if they are going to be peeled away from the pressure. Still, it is lowering its center of gravity, making sure the part of underneath the shells does not get hit by Lucia. Grey Raven has carried out your plan, removing the Hive Mother from its nutrients, seizing its access to the outside world and pinning it down. It is just a matter of time before you defeat it and retrieve the samples. This is so epic. Oh, and not you have Asliv? Oh shit, that's good. That's nice. So you have your perfect team. Asliv, Akamui and 2B. Can carry. Oh, you guys were talking about next. What? The next Asliv? No, he said he's using Asliv. Anywho, you guys help. I gotta read. Despite the scale of victory tipping your way, you still cannot shake the uneasiness ever since you entered the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Accessing information about the outside world through the Heterosapiens, collecting more punishing virus than it needs as nutrients, rhythmic retraction and the strange liquid, and its posture, seemingly protecting something underneath. All the dissonance you have been feeling weaves together around the Heterohive Mother. It's not the only enemy in here. Nani? By the time you realize that, it is too late. The Heterohive Mother's body soars up, pulled by the remaining umbilical cords attached. Lucia's strikes leave a few frightening scars on its shells. They retract and push continuously, revealing the strange red structure underneath it. Black liquid keeps dripping down the red structure. The seizure is getting more intense, but the Heterohive Mother no longer cares about the pain it is feeling. The revealed red structure bulges outward from the pressure. The shape hidden inside its translucent skin getting clearer and clearer. A human figure. Your guess is only half correct. There is indeed more than one enemy from the very beginning. The Heterohive Mother has been hiding something else. Children, ready to be born. If hetero creatures have the concept of childbirth, that is. Two figures break through the edge of the red structure, black liquid spilling around them. Oh my god. With the last drop of liquid emptied, the two figures dropped to the ground. After it has seemingly given birth, the weakened Heterohive Mother is hung mid-air by the remaining umbilical cords, its tentacles swaying in the air from gravity. My
My children!
Everyone grabs hold of their weapons instinctively. The tremendous pressure makes it difficult to breathe. If the Heterosapiens were imitating humans after the red tide devoured them, similar to the projections, then the two before you have transcended imitation. They are crafted and polished, the perfect human-like products. Oh my god. We are fighting GigaChat. Their hollow eyes sweep the grey ravens, but you do not feel them focusing you at all. Their gaze pierces through the crowd and extends towards the species you belong to, humanity. Este no es nuestro final. Are they Spanish? This is not our final destination. What? The next level race is Spanish? Hola, amigo. Rest, my friend. Oh, rest, my friend, says the female part. For some reason their voices feel oddly familiar to you, as if they were not the ones who were speaking, but someone else. The man and woman's speech is so far removed from the stuttering of the Heterosapiens, it is clear that they have gathered enough knowledge from the countless Heterosapiens out there in the park. It has taken them but a dozen seconds from birth to fluent speeches. But the blank expression tell you that they are still mimicking phrases others have said instead of presenting their own ideas through language. The urgent situation makes it difficult to think about who they are mimicking. The enemies raise their hands, and a strange gush of wind blows past you. Hetero creatures seem to have evolved to a new height at that moment. Oh. Now shit is going down, huh? Since the twins appeared before you, the Heterosapiens have been growling deafeningly, while the Hetero plants tip their branches and leaves towards the ground. A celebration as well as show of submission. The sharpest blade might slay the dragon, but it will not stop a calamity. Standing before the most perfect creation of the punishing virus instead of the Hetero hive mother, the mightiest squad pales in comparison. A powerful blow slams you onto the wall of the tower. You cannot help but cough with your lungs pressed. You look down at Liv in your arms, who managed to evade the strikes from the twins when you pulled her away. Even with Simon helping you stabilize the constructs, you are at your limit helping keeping the 3 grey ravens from getting infected right now. Move, damn it! Damn! Cold sweat begins to form underneath their artificial skins. The impact on their mind has made even standing difficult, as the 3 have to steady themselves with whatever they have nearby. Being in the same room with the Hetero hive mother and the twins, the Grey Raven's inward devices are getting hit twice as hard. With that, Lee, Liv, and even Lucia with her specialized frames are all briefly immobilized. As the Grey Ravens struggle to counter the strikes and their frames accumulate wounds, Liv has finally figured out how the enemies are attacking them. As you pull her away, she quickly tells you how the enemies are attacking you without moving at all. The black cylindrical pellet is the true face of the high-speed flying attacker. Even in the blink of an eye, Liv has still managed to catch that the pellet was the bullet you fired at the Hetero hive mother previously. No! That thing is not a bullet. It is an instant of them imitating your attack. From analysis, the damage dealt by this attack is far beyond that of a bullet for both humans and constructs. Damage over 9,000? It just came out of the pinata. Quite angry. The pinata. The twins can speak clearly, but that does not mean they are being capable of communicating with speech. Because since their birth, you can all feel their hostility intuitively. They feel angry. It is clear that they are angry because you have hurt their mother, the Hetero hive mother. You can see that Lee is leaning on the broken mechanical devices and shooting while Lucia is kneeling nearby supported by her blade. while we help Liv up. You help Liv stand so that she can lean on the wall and steady herself. Oh. The eyes of the twins are still hollow, but their hostility means you cannot let your guard down for a second. Right now their gaze pauses on Lucia and Lee, and several bullets start hovering near them. You have to make a choice now. I don't need to think about that one. You focus the power of your exoskeleton on your legs and dash forward. The initial speed of the mimic bullets from the twins is not too high. If you ignore the side effects and push your exoskeleton, you might be able to do something before the bullets speed up. The leg motors crack with the warning of overloading. The bullet grazes your back, but you manage to rush to Lucia's side at the last moment, pulling her away from the bullet's trajectory. Meanwhile, Lee on the other side gets eaten up by the twins. What? Commandant! Use this! Lucia immediately understands what your objective is and uses all her strength to pass you her katana. I pick it up. Receiving her blade, you immediately fling it towards Lee. But he already got eaten. The katana crushes the mechanical device Lee has been leaning on, making him fall to the ground and avoid the bullet that went for him. The side effects begin to kick in, and your legs go limp, sending you and Lucia tumbling down. Save Lee, Ava? You are safe, Lucia. Yeah, I guess everyone chooses Lucia, come on. But true, actually I should have gone down a different path here, and not the most obvious. After rolling for a few meters, you finally steady yourself with the defense system of the exoskeleton. Fire! You open fire on the twins, but all your bullets are blocked before they can even reach them. The weakened Heterohive mother stands in your way. It is limping inside the pool of red and black liquid on the ground around which scattered the shells broken off from the pain of the birth. Its body slowly rises in red structure that gave birth to the twins, still bearing a clear scar. Black liquid spills out from there occasionally. Dude, this is so disgusting. Even when weakened, it still raises its tentacles high, guarding the twins. You will not be allowed to hurt my children. Your mind suddenly begins to get hazy. The light around you fades and your abdomen delivers you a sense of searing pain and warm touch. You look down and see one of the Heterohive mother's tentacles piercing through your flank. Ew! An instinct from a mother. No! Commandant! Lee! The twins instinctively tried to attack those who attacked the Heterohive mother. It turned pitch black for the commandant. We got stabbed by a tentacle. The Heterohive mother also instinctively strikes at those who want to hurt the twins. You bite down on your lips and blood spills from your wound down your mouth, but the pain has snapped you awake for a moment. You use one hand to hold on to its tentacle while your other hand ejects the magazine from your pistol. Using your mouth, you draw a new magazine from the strap over your shoulder before swiftly reloading your gun. An emergency tactical reloading action you learned from Lee. Reloading with your teeth. Of course, Lee. Lean in and shoot. You use your right hand to press the pistol against the tentacle. The Hive Mother does not react, clearly not considering your shots a threat. And that is the moment you have been waiting for. I pull the trigger. Your pistol roars and the pungent smell of explosives fill your nostrils. Oh, it's just sharp. Like the smell is very sharp. It just stings in your nose. A cutting smell. have this background sound. I hope the music is not too loud, guys. It shouldn't be louder than my voice. Your first shot was a misdirection, tricking the Hive Mother into thinking that your bullet would not hurt it. Even though the situation has spiraled out of control, your initial misdirection has still provided you an opportunity to turn things around. You used your remaining strength to change to the experimental bullets the Parliament gave you before leaving. And now, given the enemy's limited movement, you managed to take the chance to fire at the Hetero Hive Mother at a close distance. Heavily wounded, the Hetero Hive Mother screeches and retreats while the twins rush towards its side. In the last few moments before you fall unconscious, you hear thunderous explosions. The platform before you begins to crumble and the Grey Ravens and you fall with the broken platform to a lower level. After a brief moment of free-falling, a construct catches you. Darkness spreads across your field of view. The last thing you see is the familiar uniform. Chief Commander, we've rescued Grey Raven. Chief Commander, the lower platform is cut off by the explosion. We can't retreat the way we entered like we planned. Start moving up, said Hans. We'll depart with the exit Holly Joe makes at the top of the tower. Hearing the construct report, Hans immediately orders the team to switch direction and retreat upward. The enhancement has become a burden to the commandant, says Lee. I'm adjusting the energy output to the exoskeleton and using them to keep the commandant alive. Lucia and the other have finally shaken off the effects of the interference and they immediately rush to your side after standing back up. Chief Commander, the commandant informed us before passing out that the Hetero Hive Mother has left a broken tentacle in the wound by the abdomen. Ew. Still moving. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Mr. Cupid. Yes, only story today. Although we couldn't defeat the Hetero Hive Mother, Grey Raven has successfully retrieved the sample. Welcome, Mr. Cupid. Hearing Lucia's report, Hans walks to your side, his hands on the wound in your flank, frowning. Help Liv perform first aid on Avalune. Retrieve the tentacle first in case of another infection. With Liv, Eleanor and other constructs working together, the tentacle in your flank has been extracted and placed inside the sample container. Ew. Liv quickly bandages you. Eleanor swiftly wipes off the sweat on your head while injecting you with a serum. But given the poor environment, your blood still pours from underneath the bandages, dyeing them red. Uh-oh. Cutscene? Cutscene. You dumb game, you can't display the cutscene? Oh my god! We missed the whole cutscene! Cause the game doesn't show it! Ah! Kids, I did a quick maintenance for you, but you still need to watch out for existing damage. Don't push yourself too hard. Redo the node. Yeah, it's just an emulator problem that's just occurring. I'm not sure, I think it wouldn't even display it if I replayed it. Screw it. And the end. Ian no Ian. Hey, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. We're currently doing story. Evacuation started. Watch out for falling rocks and enemies. Okay. Liv! You can do it. Whoa. Oh! No. Crawl your way up, Liv. Must be hard to stay. Oh! No! Oh, we get chased? I didn't know we get chased. What the hell? Ew. Ew, I never saw this thing before. Ugh. Ah! Let me... It's getting louder. Oh my god. Oh. Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? I can move faster, guys. Well, the third try is the best, as they say. Oh! Could this creature please get off my butt? We just keep running. Yes. Yes. Uh-oh. No, I don't look back. I don't look back anymore. I saw everything. Uh-oh. Oh god, power outage on the elevator. All unnecessary load has been discarded, Chief Commander. Alright, stick to the plan and break away. I didn't see that coming, that we would actually screw that up. I'm already ready to get my ass handed to me. Oh, an enemy engaged, commencing battle. What the f... Stop. Stop. So Mr. Cupid, I wanted to demonstrate today that the story is super easy if you just use constantly core passives. Like currently I'm using normal attacks to get as many orbs as possible, because the right one didn't come for a long time. But now it's just core passive after core passive after core passive. No way they survived that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. How about this? And then this? And then this? Yes, get sucked away. You too. Ah, and core passive in your face. Oh, I'm standing in the wind tunnel. That's not the problem. Uh-oh. What? I had iframes, man. I had iframes. What do you mean? Now we gotta do it again. Use the fan and the energy to eliminate enemies. So we just... use this so he gets sucked in and gets flushed away. I think the yellow orb is the best orb for us. Whoa, 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 whoa. You also stay in there. Hey! Hey! Get in there. Ah, 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 ah. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, no! Don't jump in there. Oh, thank God we could rescue it. Brrr. Yeah, come closer. You are allowed. It's a nice mechanic. Take this. That was wrong. But you guys can... Oh. You go in there. Go in there. I said go in there. Ah. Holly Joe says, this way! Hey, the real one. The new story is annoying due to this stage? Ah, come on, it's not that bad. It switches things up a bit. It's nice. Like, that you really need to appreciate that on PGR. That they really try to introduce new mechanics, new gameplay with each story. Imagine Genshin did that. Remember what they introduced so far in the trial domain? And they never used it again. Like, Genshin introduced that in the first month of the game being released. And everyone can still play it. But they never ever used those features again, that you need to freeze the water to not get killed by spikes and stuff. They never ever used that. Sorry. And PGR is constantly using new features, testing out new stuff. That could be fun. Can't you remember this one domain in Genshin where you can test all your elements in the beginning, like this test domain? And they never ever used that again. It's only in there. So many new story chapters that they never reused that. After noticing the situation inside the tower, Holly Joe and Yata have extended the extraction points further inward, finally reuniting with all of you just now. Following Holly Joe and Yata, everyone inside retreats according to the extraction points they established. The sea of heterosapiens remains around the areas, speaks silently of what the two have encountered. The enemy's howls rise from within the tower despite the retreat being incomplete. Hans knows he can no longer wait. He pulls the trigger of the Longinus arsenal. In a few minutes, the most powerful weapon humankind has invented will bring its judgment from the sky, annihilating all enemies. And yet the signal from the trigger has not been sent. There can only be two possible reasons: either the bit domain nodes are destroyed or the nodes have malfunctioned. Looking at his terminal, Hans can see the nodes securely planted, meaning they have not been destroyed. Instead, they are not working because they have malfunctioned from the effect of the Hive Mother and the twins. There is only one way to solve this. Someone has to return to the nodes and calibrate them manually. Realizing that, Hans puts the trigger back inside his coat and looks at Simon and Holly Joe, who are helping the rest to retreat. Holly Joe, Jata, and you have the highest mobility. You two are in charge of bringing the samples back to Babylonia after we are back on the ground. Roger. Jata and I have just assembled a portable rocket. Once we're outside the range of the park's surface-to-air artillery, we will use it to deliver the samples immediately. Vanessa will be instrumental in helping you guys retreat from the heterosapiens in the park. Once you're on the ground and regrouped, follow her orders. I remember the flamethrower. Never seen again. Yeah, to be fair, they introduce new stuff with each new region. But I mean, like, really quests that are based on new mechanics. So you really need to activate your brain. I don't know. Let's not talk about that. Protect Simon on your way out. Avalune is dying, so Simon is the only one who can protect the constructs from being infected. I'm dying. I'm not dying, guys. Don't worry. Hans is just painting a very dark picture here. It all depends on him whether all the constructs can get out of this place in one piece. Taking on the responsibility as the sole person to stabilize all the constructs, Simon leans on a construct next to him, wiping off the nosebleed from being fatigued. Simon, copy. What about you, Chief Commandant? There's something wrong with the bit domain nodes. They require manual calibration from someone with commandant clearance. I'll stay behind and finish my mission, making sure that the Longinus arsenal hits the Hetero Hive Mother and ends this. It's a region inside this forest. Ugh. Hiccups. No, Commander. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll come with you, says a random construct. Enough! Hans scolds the construct next to him. None of the commandants here can protect the constructs from being infected with the Hive Mother and the twins present apart from Simon and Avalune. Going back this way will only make you my burden. Hans stresses his words when he says burden, ensuring that everyone present understands where he stands. But there is no but. I've fought more wars since the Golden Age than the miles you've walked. Are you questioning your superior? Questioning my ability to return from the gates of hell? If you still feel the weight of your duty as a soldier, then you will finish your mission. I will finish mine and initiate the Longinus arsenal, and you will finish yours and escort the sample. That's how we don't fail this uniform. Chief Commander, what's up? I will be back, trust me. With that, Hans walks past everyone and heads in the opposite direction of the extraction point. He will self-sacrifice, I guess. He will probably self-sacrifice. Oh, Mr. Cute, I'm just showing you how easy it is to do the story. Since the story is always the same difficulty, kind of, it's just about constantly attacking with basic attacks and using core passives. It's really not hard. Oh, God. We skipped one. Walking alone, Hans no longer has to face the heterosapiens, most of whom are drawn to other locations due to previous fights. Now he is facing the purest malice from the punishing virus infection. The virus concentration inside the tower is growing exponentially. The protective suit Hans is wearing has reached its limit long ago. He removes the earpiece so that the repeating warnings do not interrupt his thoughts. Right now his mind is sharper and more active than it ever has been. More forward, he walks straight toward the bit domain node that requires his manual calibration. That is his mission, his duty, his unwavering belief as a soldier. What the? He got inked. He got tarnished by ink. From Lamia? Capillaries underneath his skin begin to burst. Hans starts to sweat blood, soaking the protective suit from within. Ew. His organs, having gone through multiple enhancement surgeries over the years, started to show worrying symptoms a few months ago. Now those symptoms are getting worse, sending immense pain to his brain. With the pain that can topple the toughest giant, Hans keeps himself awake. He wipes the blood seeping out of the corner of his eyes with his hand so that his vision is not obstructed. As a habit, his hand wipes past the corner of his mouth after that. Even when he hates to admit it, the rise of the corners of his mouth reveals the joy Hans is feeling right now. He knows exactly why he is so ecstatic. Because, as a soldier, he's not lying on a hospital bed somewhere on Babylonia with tubes plugging into his body as he experiences the last moments of his life. Instead, he's spilling his last drop of blood on the battlefield, fighting to meet his end. His body will not be perfectly preserved in a coffin covered with flowers and adornments, waiting to be revered and praised. Our reward is just if you honor something, huh?
Revered.
Revered. Of course, revered. Hans has never questioned his initial choices on the countless nights after the great evacuation. He will not and cannot doubt his life because of shame. That would be him betraying the past and failing humanity. Having survived, he has to spend his life to its fullest. He must make it worth it. As he walks, Hans suddenly feels his foot give away. His right leg has gone limp from all the infection and the exhausting fights. And so he uses his rifle as a crutch, hobbling forward. Whatever it takes. He remembers he said to Hassan, "Even your life? A soldier's life is humanity's leverage. To be utilized to my fullest is my ultimate wish." Well, that one got fulfilled. Stand up and do a stretch, Eva. Oh, pray, you're so wise. You can maybe feel how my butt feels right now. At least you can imagine. Both Hans and Hassan know that the battle in the Pulia Forest Park ruins will be the last fight Hans can participate in. 10 meters. He's glad that he has not betrayed his vow. His right hand can no longer hold onto his rifle and Hans falls to the ground. He cannot wipe away the blood coming out of his eyes anymore. Using his still mobile left hand, Hans crawls forward. Undeterred from his target. Oh, if he just knows what he's doing. He's not confused. He knows what he wants to do. How do you pronounce that?
Undeterred.
Undeterred. Gotcha. Everyone got that. Move forward until the end. From an opening of the tower, Hans sees this starry night sky. The last time I saw something like this was before the great evacuation, wasn't it? A last moment of joy, enjoyment. Pause to check. Since then he has no longer smelled the grass on the field or admired the stars from the surface. Nowadays Hans is closer to the stars. A ghost haunting the space beyond Earth, a tombstone of the golden age. He no longer has to look up to see the starry night. Yet at this moment, what he wanted to see more of is his home. He has not forgotten the glory of being a soldier. He has sworn to put out all fire that threatens humanity. Hans has not stopped as a treacherous friends, ravaging, corrupted, deadly natural disasters, and he's not stopping now. He's a great soldier and a role model in the army, so he suppresses all his feelings, burying them deep inside. He is, as he has always been, fulfilling his duty as a soldier, and he moves forward, paving the road to humanity's victory with his flesh and blood. I will be back. Trust me. I'll be back. Well, I never left. Holly Joe. Roger! Jata and I have just assembled a portable rocket. What's it? Yeah, he recalls that. Whether it is Holly Joe, Simon, or the dying Avalune, who risked death to retrieve the sample, Hans can feel the same spark. The will to move forward, passing from soldier to soldier. A soldier might fall, but that passage does not stop. Hans' fingers can feel the exterior of the bit domain node. He reaches out in the dark, finally opening the manual calibration module of the node. If someone opens up Hans' protective suit now, they would be surprised to see him still moving. His body has already begun rotting from the infection and his organs have almost stopped working even before the infection started. The Hetero Hive Mother. It must be destroyed here. It cannot threaten the generations that come after him. Hans thinks he finishes the calibration. With his last ounce? With his last ounce of strength, he presses the trigger to the Longinus arsenal. The activation signal sounds so out of place among the noises of the tower, but it is the most beautiful melody Hans has ever heard. Grander than any symphony or orchestra. After many years of countless battlefields, Hans knows that his duty as a soldier has finally come to an end. The tombstone that has spanned ages breaks, and from the crack grows the strongest, fairest white flower. Oh. God. Arnold, I'm coming back, says Hans. And there he was never seen again after he entered the white light. Uh-oh. Let's go. Do the dying voice? Oh, Liv is not here. Run! Keep running! Holly Joe and the others, having returned to the ground, are speeding through the forest with Egret leading the way. The area surrounding CPF-040 is aflame from Egret's bombardment, stopping the Heterosapiens from catching up. Still, countless Heterosapiens are coming after them from all corners of the forest park ruins. Lucia, Lee, Liv, Holly Joe, everyone. They have already forgotten how many Heterosapiens they have taken down on the way. Well, they grow on trees. What do you want to count them or what? They only have one objective in mind. Break through. Then send the sample back. This is a race with extremely simple rules. A race against time, against the punishing virus. Hans and Echo Arya order us as a bad guy because he doesn't want us, the new gen soldiers, to bear the sins of abandoning people to death. It's something I recall there. I've completely forgot Hans. Well, he's no more. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter, the almost infinite forest has finally come to an end before the group. The expansive field before them has declared race over. The soldiers have taken over Hans' baton, have completed their duties. Over Hans's... What? I got you guys, don't worry, I gotcha. Oh, it's like the no, I can't say that. What? How do you say a baton? It's like the stick of the guy standing in front of the orchestra, right? Taking over Hans' baton. Okay, yeah, they took over the lead of him, right? Kind of. Is it meant like that? Anyways. Hans knows it's bad for new gen soldiers to feel that. Okay. Holly Joe loses his strength with a sudden change of scenery, tumbling to the ground and rolling forward. He immediately gets up and sets up the portable rocket system, activating it after loading the sample, sending this spark of hope back to Babylonia. Vanessa fires a flare, its green flame lighting up the sky, signaling Hans that they have completed their mission. What are you doing over here? Trying to mock our hasty retreat? Asked Vanessa. No, I'm here to thank the Egrets. As the chief commander said, we wouldn't have gotten out of the forest without your lead. You're all hurt too from the fight. Let's take a break from before the enemies catch up. What? Let's take a break before the enemies catch up. It makes no sense. God, Holly Joe, no wonder your squad died. What the hell? He's taking a break while he's getting chased. Jata and I will try to contact the other areas. Commandant Holly Joe, there's a transmission from Babylonia. Holly Joe Now of all times, put it through. Liaison officer. I don't know what this is even. We just received intel from near the forest park not too long ago. It's still different. While you were deep inside the forest, a small transport craft on the outskirts picked up 2 scavengers who claimed to have escaped from the ruins. They reserved serum from CPF-040 on them, corroborated their stories. And they are the last survivors in the forest park. Despite, we urgently dispatch large transport craft for your retreat. Please hold. After Babylonie's message ends, Harley Joe passes on a message to the group that has just escaped. The mood immediately relaxes a little. It is one of the few good news they can get, all things considered. Construct A. Simon, we all got out with our inner devices more or less intact. None of us constructs were infected. I'm glad I can help. Help you all. The chief. It's good that I can share Avalune's burden. Right. I can't believe you did it all yourself. That's Simon. Simon? The construct's tone starts getting nervous as he sees blood dripping down his uniform. Blood is dripping out of Simon's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, dyeing his uniform bright red. I never realized that dyeing and dyeing, like the color dyeing, is like written the same. Never realized. Simon cannot respond to the construct now. As strong as his mind peaking is, the stress that should have been carried by 2 can easily crush one's healthy brain within seconds. With that stress on his mind, Simon held on for minutes until everyone retreated from the forest park ruins, where the enemy's effect on the inward device's weakness. Medic! No, wait. Who knows first aid on humans? Simon is... With his cry, everyone gathers around Simon. Harley Joe lays him down on the ground from the construct's shoulders, and a few support types constructs begin to check on him. Simon, sir! The support type construct is getting anxious from the extended fight and the constant hits. Elena crouches next to her, gripping her hands tightly. Don't get frustrated. With timely treatment, this will not be the end for Simon and Avalune. Right. The support type construct finally regains control over her trembling body. She's about to say something, but when she saw what lies ahead, she stopped. Before her, 2 figures approach from the horizon. Uh-oh. The twins? Is that the shadow? That would be super dope. But this makes no sense. This is just a stick. It would be dope if like 2 giant shadows come from over there. The grass underneath their feet are obfuscated by a red glow appearing on the ground. Dude, I never met this word in my life. I need to read more. Oh, it's like... It's like like the bride at the wedding, what she has in front of her face. You can't see the face real, for real, you can just see it blurry, and this is obfuscated. The face is obfuscated.
Obfuscated.
Obfuscated. But hey, it's cool, I'm learning more words, why not? Obfuscated, why not? By a red glow appearing on the ground. They walk toward the makeshift campsite the group just built, and where Harley Joe had the brilliant idea of taking a break. They walk faster and faster, and the size of mutating ground also expands. The distance between them and the camp shortens in a brief moment. They are no longer the unmoving newborns, now panthers on the hunt. Would pale against them. Their shapes become clear as they appear before the camp. They are none other than the twins born from the advanced heterohive mother. Right now they have grown to be stronger and faster than any known living thing. As tireless guardians and pursuers, they will avenge their territory that has been invaded and violated. I see they have art. They aren't just going to let go of the people who took a chunk of their mommy, huh? Holly Joe slaps himself in the face, replacing his usual glee with a solemn expression. We are on a timer here. Simon's on the chief's... What? Simon's and the chief's bounds are worrying, but I suppose our priority is to fend off the enemies before us. Grey Ravens and Simon's squad, will you lend me your strength? Lucia and the others do not answer. Instead, they clutch their weapons and stand at the front of the defense line built by Holly Joe, answering his question with their actions. Ha, right. Words are redundant now. Regardless of the doom that awaits us, there has only been one thing we can do. More and more constructs prepare their weapons and stand at the front of the defense line. Jata stares at the twins, and her mechanical arm begins to turn translucent. Lifting herself up with her tentacle-like robotic arms, she emerges into the environment until one shimmering red light on her mask remains. Did you just piss off? Oh, I actually doubt I will survive the twins. I will definitely die more than once. I think you can die once, right? Can you even? All the Heterosapiens inside the Puglia Forest Park ruins are out in force, their roars shaking the entire forest behind the group. Meanwhile, the twins stand before all of them, silently declaring humanity's demise. The war between humanity and the punishing virus begins anew, here and now. Activating control. Although I think cutscene. Please let there be a cutscene, dude. Please let me get the full PGR experience. Oh, directly into action. I can't read that lift, sorry. What? Whoa! Whoa! What is she doing? What the f- Whoa! Whoa! What? Uh-oh. Stop! I didn't read shit, what just happened? I think I clicked something away. Guys, what just happened? There are too many Heterosapiens coming out. Hang in there. Trying. Whoa ho ho ho! Whoa ho ho! Whoa ho ho ho! Oh, did you hear that? Her voice got slowed down. It doesn't. Okay, that's one of the funniest things I ever heard from Bloom. Stop. Oh, I died. I actually died. I'm not sure if I died the second time. No! Stop! Stop! I frame it. Whatever happens, I frame it, yes. Uh-oh. Stamina. Oh! Okay, Lee. Lee, I need you. Didn't ever think those words would cross my mouth, but my lips. But I need Lee. Get away. Oh my god. How brutal are those? Oh. What? There was a bug? I think we died the second time by now. Okay, I don't get that one. I don't get what happens. Is it a bonus for me? Is it a bonus for them? Whoa. That what happens? You attack her and she slows down time? What do you mean? That, why? Do they have also a matrix? They have their own matrix? What, unable to restart? Who wants to restart? Oh, because I can't get any more life. I died so often. I don't get any more life. They learned from you? Well, rep. I guess we gotta do this again. What do you mean? What's even happening? Does at least both die with a kill one? Stop. Your consciousness drifts in hazy darkness as if dreaming an endless dream. I thought I would be able to kill him. Wohnegut, Soul Gabriel recipe. Copy other abilities and they are the perfect products unlike one Gabriel created. Hey, super interesting, Yaku. Yeah, I know, I was panic dodging prey. I don't know the attacks yet. I'm the dream. There are many blurry figures and loud noises. Oh, in the dream. The singular blackness is replaced by the red of an unending flame. Loud noises explode by your ears, almost shattering your eardrum. In the next moment, all voices disappear. The space is so quiet that you almost cannot hear your own breaths and heartbeats. The blurred figures start to clear up. There are Simon, Hans and the constructs that have taken part in the mission in the Puglia Forest Park ruins and the many constructs that you could not save in the past. We are in heaven. They are saying something to you, but you cannot hear it now. They salute you at the end of all endings before fading into the darkness. Yeah guys, and this is how PGR ends. I think there won't be another update, but I think a worthy finale of PGR. Now what's the next game we play? I'm just joking. The darkness removes your sense of space, but you can still feel nausea from getting a concussion. I hope I pronounced it correctly. A ripple appears in the darkness. A pink light glistens in the dark, slowly approaching, stopping right before you. But it lasts but a second, so fleeting that you wonder if you have mistaken. There is nothing after that glow. Everything begins to be devoured by the darkness. Come on, gang, just show me the freaking cutscene. Are you dumb? Oh god, this is terrible. Should I open it on my phone and just show it into the camera? God. The coolest cutscene out of all. We won't see it. Well, for context, Liv is the last defense line here. Slightly weakened, but still in the top of her performance level, as you can see. Come on, shoot her in the face. Do it! Almost Liv. Next time. Oh my god! He has a plume move. Yeah, guys, do you really want to see the full ending? I mean, it's only drama from here on out. We know PGR is over after this chapter. There is no more story coming out. I mean, the whole team got wiped out. There is no Grey Ravens anymore. So this story will continue in the next part that is punishing the evil twins. A ray of light pierces the dark. The hope that humanity has been waiting for. The Longinus arsenal has finally arrived. Humanity's most powerful weapon passes its wrathful judgment from the heavens. The twins seem to realize something, and the primitive drive urges them to take the Hetero Sapiens and rush towards CPF-040, abandoning the prices of war before them. The Longinus arsenal hits the Hetero Hive Mother, right where it is. Sorry, I had to burp. The Longinus arsenal hits the Hetero Hive Mother right where it is. The remains of Hans also have never ever been found. Following that, a burning white light covers the twins and the Hetero Sapiens that are approaching the tower. The Hetero Hive Mother disintegrates into pieces inside the white light before further turning into dust, vanishing into thin air. Towering flame covers the moonlight as a searing wave of burning hot air spreads from the tower. Multiple explosions devour everything in a brief second, from insignificant human lives to dreams that never were. The Longinus arsenal has finished striking. The Hetero Sapiens have turned to dust under its light, disappearing from the face of the earth. Where CPF-040 was is now a massive crater, its surroundings battered and bruised. After that, red liquid gushes from the crater. It gathers itself and transforms, growing back into humanoid forms. Oh no! The large wilting hetero plant stretches from the sides, wriggling its way upward, growing. And Liv got vaporized. Dude. They stand by the crater for a very long time. Several dandelion seeds float toward them from afar. You can't tell me there are still dandelion seeds left after that explosion. Come on. Come on. Float towards from them from afar, flying past the twins before the heat from the ground propels them up and further away. The twins look at the dandelion seeds vanishing into the night sky, lost in thought. If hetero creatures have no boundaries to their existence, then there is no difference between them and the evolution of the punishing virus and the immortal virus itself. The end of life gives life meaning. Departure is simply another test. a necessary rite to adulthood. From now on, the twins will no longer be able to find their mother. But the Puglia Forest Park ruins are just the beginning of their lives. They turn and leave. Like the dandelions disappearing into the night, they will march to their end on this infested planet, and they will learn and grow, experiencing all that Earth can offer until they witness its end too. Good lord. It's like absolute doomsday here at the end. So we witnessed how a new species came to Earth and just is the new owner. Okay. The final text. It has been several hours since the twins left the main battlefield of the Puglia Forest Park ruins. The large transport craft mentioned in the transmission finally appears in the form of the burning carcass of a plane, crash landing before the teams that retrieved the sample of the Heterohive mother. Eventually the different teams could only manage to save the pilot and to begin their retreat on foot. But they see the same thing regardless of where they go. A crumbled CPF tower, farms burned down, and the lingering stench in the air like the smell of white phosphorus burning through flesh. After we became a hero, yet we got a massive loss again. Yaku, what do you mean? Do you mean Chrome? Oh, you mean the celebration of the team? Yeah, okay. I get what you mean. Then we got vaporized. These disasters from the punishing virus have never left Earth. More and more people join the retreating forces. They abandon the well-constructed defense lines and conservation areas, moving the front line back. To live, people are giving up on the rebuilt houses, the unwieldy weapons, and the stored rations. Everything they built is now given up for survival. All they can do is now is search for survivors. Liv. Numb Liv drags an injured survivor forward. Even though her frame is almost entirely spent in the previous fight, Liv is still pushing herself to go forward. Every step she is taking stresses her frame. The feeling of pain spreads from her feet to her entire body, but it does not stop her from moving forward. How many has there been? After settling Avalune and the rest, Liv returns to the front of the rescue line. Her mind is way too foggy to know how many times she has performed first aid and moved around it. I need water. The survivor makes a plea. His voice was weak but resolute in his last request. Hearing that, Liv immediately takes him to one of the last few water supply points within the ruins. But the water at the supply point is already murky and stained. The survivor on her shoulders never got to take a sip of water from his homeland before he passes. They were talking just a second ago. Now they are a life apart. In the blink of an eye, a life passes away next to Liv quietly. Even with all the treatment she can do, Liv still cannot save this life from the call of death. Oh! Ever since she has become a medic, Liv has been in the company of death. Really? Mr. Deeds? She should be used to the fact that she cannot save everyone by now. But regrettably, she can still remember every name on the casualty list and the desperation she felt as they passed. In the face of death, Liv cannot become accustomed to it. Ah! Burn! I hope Mr. Deed sees that. That's too funny. In the face of death, Liv cannot become accustomed to it. Okay. Can Liv ever have a moment of peace? Well, she is the peace bringer. She's not allowed to have peace herself. Yeah, you better not drink the water there. Like, the explosion probably threw the red tide in every corner of this area. The wounded cannot wait. Liv adjusts her emotions before she continues searching in the runes like a machine. Well, she is a machine. At least she will not miss the next one. I must move forward. Liv knows that as long as the punishing virus is ravaging Earth, no one can afford to stop to grieve. Is the eternal solitude of death the only cure for this depressing reality? Sharp machine parts are sanding down Liv's artificial skin, revealing the mechanical skeleton underneath. The constant act of moving the wounded has her hands sparking. Another crumbled wall has been moved. Liv wipes away the dust covering the face of the injured buried underneath. Finding a small construct, her short white hair darkened from the fire, stained with vital fluid and blood. She calls the girl. I want to go home. That's alright. Don't be afraid. I'm taking you home. Seeing the girl's face, Liv remembers a past memory. In the memory, Liv was lowering her voice to comfort the girl before her, as Liv was the last one facing the massive corrupted that destroyed the city. Stay quiet, and I'll count to 3, and you run toward the hill, okay? The girl looked at Liv and nodded. In that distant past, the army was also retreating like they are now, giving up on the districts one after another. During that retreat, Liv saved the little girl that was at a similar age to when Liv enlisted, adorned with silver hair like her. As she sees the girl who got turned into a construct and got injured on the battlefield of despair, Liv begins to feel a sense of familiarity. A question rises in her mind. Did I really save her? The last time she saw the girl, she was alive, direct in the expressions and fear. This time she's another chilling construct like her, having trekked through countless battlefields. Having saved her from a hopeless battlefield, Liv has delivered her to countless wars to confront death. What will she think when she is about to die? Will she want to go home like she once did? If death is inevitable, should they not suffer as little as possible? Can I really save everyone? Does anything that I do mean anything? Is this really salvation in this ocean of pain? It's not just her. Hans, Simon, Lucia, Lee, and Avalune. Everyone has fulfilled their duties. Oh, everyone has fulfilled their duties as a soldier to their dying breath. But now so much is lost. A breeze blows past the battlefield, sending a bag of hydrangea seeds from the little girl's arms to Liv. What flower will blossom and what fruit will they bear when the seeds are planted? No one will know. The farmers are gone, the farms are lost. That bag is damaged by the fire of war, the seeds soaked in blood and fuel. Liv looks at the hills of remains before her. She knows this scene exists not only here. The cities and defense lines lost all look the same in the transmissions. Yet some heavy stuff, guys. This is heavy stuff. Take care that you don't take any emotional damage from this. Humanity is once again connected, acting like the forsaken ARU and the countless scavengers, not by hope, but by the desperation that the punishing virus has brought. Well, and the new enemy that's wandering the planet. Oh, what the hell is this? It's a girl. Can we fix this now? There is a higher mountain after this one. Another battlefield after this war is over. As long as the punishing virus exists on Earth, nothing will be fixed. It is a Sisyphean struggle. Oh, this Greek god rat who got punished. Sisyphean struggle, where momentary calmness is easily shattered the next moment. Sisyphus is the guy who was sentenced to constantly roll a boulder up a hill, and as soon as he arrives on top, the boulder would automatically roll down again and he has to start over. That's his infinite punishment by the gods. I forgot why though. I forgot why Sisyphus got punished. I think a Greek story is that. How will humanity break this endless cycle? There is a better future for humanity. I think there's one after that. The solemn Parliament Hall is once again holding a meeting. Emergency gatherings like this always spell a pivotal moment in humanity's survival. The decisions made in such meetings will also alter the fate of humankind. How are the Grey Ravens? Asks Hassan. Lucia and Lee's frame are faring slightly better. Avalune is still on the verge of death, a long way from leaving the critical stage, says Hilda. The changes on the surface have made our contact with the ground forces more and more difficult. What I just reported happened hours ago. Our plan has clearly failed. 63% of the population is hostile towards the unidentified twins. Given that they can't see a way to solve the problems on the surface, their altitude is pessimistic. 36% of the population is condemning the army's powerlessness, and that number is rising. We should be glad that the army has retrieved a sample from the heterohive mother, greatly advancing the science council research. Had it not been for the army on the surface, more conservation areas and bases would have been lost. Kind of reminds me of the stress you live through when you play XCOM. Like you also need to do your research in time so it's finished on time and then you can advance the missions versus the aliens. Even if that's true, we are still losing the people's trust. Hassan says, how's transport between the surface and here? Nicola, barely keeping up. We're receiving reports that winged Tyrtoro creatures are spotted in more and more places outside of the forest park ruins. Their flight altitude is climbing and some even gather in packs and greatly disrupting surface to air transportation. Gestalt.
Mr. President, 98% of the population thinks that old experience is no longer suitable for our current situation. We are required to think outside the box. 95% of the population agrees and stresses that humanity's future must be preserved no matter the cost.
Seeing the number that represents the masses' voices, everyone in the parliament looks gravely serious. Our parliament was established to build a better future for humanity, says Hassan. Humans will fail, but throughout history, humankind has risen times and times again. This won't be the last challenge we face, but that doesn't mean the situation won't get better. The punishing virus has locked us inside a cage of desperation, but the key of hope that can unlock it might have been in our hands all along. That's it. Holy shit, guys, that was 3.5 hours. My butt hurts like crazy. No break. No hit twin fight. Yeah, guys, we check this out tomorrow. Ah, okay. Yeah, maybe we just continue right on the day 1 of the next patch when there is no new construct, right? When Liv is not there. We just go through story, huh? I want to see how it evolves. So guys, I hope you really enjoyed this little session here of this new story. I mean, we also have the hidden story, correct? I don't even know what that is. Like, I think it won't build on this story anymore. It's something parallel, right? It's not really anything that gives us more insight in what happens. Although, maybe the background. Yeah, guys, thank you for having me. Like, guys like Faded or Makoto are here since the very start. Yaku, I think, also quite long. So, guys, huge respect back to you that you also sit through this whole session. And now I'm super curious how many people will check that out, this little video. Maybe I leave it as a stream, maybe I make a video. And yeah, guys, I need to stand up. I can't do anything. Although one thing we need to do, right? The rewards we get for the story. We always need to do that. Come here. Oh, I thought it would clear out. Okay, never mind. This is the hidden part. That comes another day, but that was the main story. And that was interesting. So, thank you again, guys. If you want, now's the moment to write stuff to this story. Or even ask me stuff. I don't know. Whatever is on your mind. Let's make 5 minutes at the end and then I'll stand up. Actually, I can stand up earlier too. Let's wait after we're done with the hidden. If it gives away that much, sure. Ah, okay. Also tired. Yeah, guys, let's continue tomorrow. This was a almost 5.5 hour stream. Thank you guys so much again. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sleep well. Good night. Sleep tight. Makoto, Faded, Prey, Yaku. And whoever else is there in the background. If it's the driver. Or whoever. Guys, have a wonderful night. Feel hugged. Ava is out. See you tomorrow.